6 o'clock. I will call to order the City of San Clemente Planning Commission meeting for Wednesday, May 8th, 2024. We are gathered in this City Hall Council chambers. For the Pledge of Allegiance, I recognize one of our former mayors and also former planning commissioners, Wayne Eggleston. I was wondering, Mr. Eggleston, would you lead us in the pledge tonight? Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Wayne. We have all commissioners present tonight. There is no special presentations. So that takes us to item 5, which is the minutes from our regular meeting on April 17th. Do we have any comments about the meeting minutes from April 17th? If not, anyone want to move adoption?
Move to approve.
Okay, motion from Commissioner McCacken. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Second from Commissioner Camp, Vice Chair Camp. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimous. Thank you. Item 6 is oral communications, which is members of the audience that would like to address the commission on non-agenda items. So we'll just give a minute to see if there's anyone that wants to speak about something other than what's on the agenda. Okay, seeing none, hearing none. We're going to move on to our main agenda, which is we've got 3 public hearings tonight. Our first one, item 8A, is a public hearing on the application for a development permit. Let me get to that here, which is development permit 24-027. It's the Moses residence, a request to construct a 2-story single-family residence on a vacant lot abutting 2 historic resources at 233 Avenida La Cuesta and 243 Avenida La Cuesta. So I am going to open the public hearing. What I'd like to do at the top, because there's been a number of, we had the story poles put in and things like that, I'm going to ask for any ex parte communications and or conflicts that that anyone may have, and I will start with ex parte communications, which is communications about this item that we've had outside of this meeting and outside of the design review. And so there were story poles constructed, and a number of us were invited to go observe those. I did go there last Thursday. City staff was there. Commissioner Crandall was also there. The applicant was there. Homeowners of the historic properties on both sides were also there. So that was an opportunity to be on site and view the story poles. So I took advantage of that. I also went back to the site the next day on Friday because I wanted to just walk the site again, and I was observed by Mr. Wenzel, who lives at 243 Avenida La Cuesta, and he invited me into the Goldstein home, which I accepted his invitation. So he showed me the view of the story poles from inside his home. So those are my, in addition to the DRSC, my communications that I've had on this project. Does anyone else have any that they'd like to share?
I also attended at staff's invitation, a visit of the site with the story poles, and Cameron was there, but we did not discuss the project between ourselves or make any conclusions. Also received more than 85 pages of emails that I reviewed, and I see look like they're included in a document here at the dais, and also reviewed the project as a member of the Design Review Subcommittee.
Anybody else? Anyone else make a site visit or anything else they
Mr.
want?
Chairman,
Yes. Commissioner Prescott
I'll
Loeffler.
disclose that I also made a site visit over the weekend and looked at the neighborhood, drove up and down the street, took some photos of my own, and I also reviewed each and every communication that came in by email.
Okay.
Chair,
Yes.
Scott McCann here.
Yep.
This project is not within my 500-foot circle radius, but is within 1,000 feet of my home. But I've reviewed the FPC criteria for analysis and have determined that it won't have material impact on my property or property value. That being said, I walk past this home very frequently, or both homes. I have seen the story poles. I was at the DRC, one of the DRC meetings, and after the meeting I did spoke with both the applicant and the neighboring property owner. And that's it.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner
Chair.
McCann. Commissioner Davis?
Yes, I drove by the properties on Friday and also again today to get some perspective. The story poles were taken down, and so I did not have the privilege of seeing those, but just want to make sure I disclose that.
All right, thank you. Anybody else? Okay, so let me just do a quick overview of how the process works for those that may not have been at a planning commission meeting before. For public hearings, the format, it goes as follows. We're going to hear from our professional staff. They're going to provide their staff report. We may have some questions, but those will be limited. Following that, the applicant has an opportunity to come and make a 10-minute presentation. Following that presentation, we will open it up to any member of the public that wants to speak. I have in my hand now several blue speaker cards from those that have submitted it. Anybody else that wants to speak tonight that has not submitted a blue speaker card, I would ask you to please grab one from the back and just bring it on up. And then once the public comment period arrives, I'll call each name up. Following that, the applicant has 10 minutes to do a response to any public comments that were made. And then once all the comments are made, then we'll close the public hearing, and then we will have our discussion on and render a decision. So that's the format. Does anybody have any questions or comments they want to make before we start? Great. With that, Jonathan, our city planner, do you mind introducing the staff report and Mr. Carrillo?
Sure. Jonathan Lightfoot, city planner. But yes, as you noted, the staff planner on this item is David Carrillo, so he'll provide the staff presentation and respond to questions.
Thank you. David, welcome.
Yes, good evening. Thank you for the intro, Jonathan. So as mentioned, the project before us this evening is for a development permit. The brief description is for a new two-story single-family residence abutting two historic resources. So here we see the project highlighted in the aqua blue at 239 Avenida La Cuesta. It is within the residential low zoning district, and again, abutting two historic resources. We have the Goldschmidt home or house at 243 Avenida La Cuesta on the right side, and then we have the Campbell house at 233 Avenida La Cuesta to the left of the project site. Some background on the Goldschmidt house and its significance or reason why it was listed as a historic resource. It was constructed during the period of development within the city known as the Ole Hansen and Spanish Village by the Sea, period of development in 1928. Its architect was Paul R. Williams, a prominent architect with multiple projects in the LA area. Here we see the style of the Goldschmidt home being the Spanish colonial revival architecture. the architecture that highlights San Clemente as a city. And it's also on the National Register of Historic Places. And to the right is an aerial view of the home. On the Campo House, this was constructed outside or after the C period of development in 1941. Its architect was Aubrey St. Clair, another prominent architect, local architect with multiple projects in the Laguna Beach area. The builder was the Strang Brothers, and the style of architecture we see before us here is the Hollywood Regency, as identified in historic survey forms that the city holds in records. To give some site context, it's important that we see the grade difference here. So the project site is the one in the center where it's vacant. The Goldschmidt home is on the right side, and then the Campo house is on the left side. So the red dot to the far right, that identifies the higher point of this view, and then the left dot to the left would be the lowest. And then the dashed line helps connect those two dots just to visually see the grade difference. So what is the project? The project is a modern single-family home with an attached 3-car garage. Its square footage is 6,250, and it will accommodate 6 bedrooms and 8 bathrooms. It also includes outdoor spaces, including a sports court. The public knows it as a pickleball court, and I think we'll hear about that during the public comment section. It includes a pool and spa and patios. So here's a close-up front view rendering of the home. As I noted in the staff report, here we see some overhangs that help define the style of architecture. We see full-height glass windows and doors. The garage blends in with the home in that the doors are seamless, and the material matches the subject wall plane. We have landscaping defining the entry. And there's a pergola that may be brought up later in the discussion, again, highlighting the entry at the front. Jonathan, can you highlight that with the cursor? Yeah, right there. This is another rendering as viewed from the rear yard. Again, we see the overhangs, the full height glass windows and doors. So here's a site plan showing the placement of the building, highlighted it in blue. This is what's been proposed. In green is the sports court. In yellow we have the Goldschmidt house. And in red is a sight line that's been identified as not a string line, but a setback line to maintain views of the Goldschmidt home from the street. And I'll go more into detail in the further slides. So the project was reviewed by the Design Review Subcommittee twice. At the first Design Review Subcommittee meeting, the main comment was that the applicant return a second time and provide further documentation to support the visual impact analysis. That was completed, and the project came back for a second Design Review Subcommittee meeting, where again comments were provided to the applicant and staff. And they're noted here. The first one was to blend landscaping with adjacent properties. The applicant's response was that they wanted to maintain what's been proposed, which is a landscape plan that predominantly is made up of fountain grass and St. Augustine grass. The second comment was to clarify the use of rooftop equipment and its screening. They did provide that clarification. The rooftop elements that you see on the plans are skylights. And then in the future, there'll be low-lying solar panels, but no mechanical equipment on the roof. That'll be on the side yards. And the last comment was to reduce the size of the front pergola, and the applicant's response was, after going out to the site, looking at the story poles and how it relates to the site itself and the abutting historic property, they felt it is still appropriate in size, so they did not reduce the size of the pergola. It remained the same. So the project does comply with all development standards of the residential low district. That includes the lot coverage, height setbacks, landscaping, and parking. As far as landscaping, the city's landscape consultant did approve the conceptual landscape plan with some comments for the applicant to address upon the submittal of a building permit application. One of the comments being that they provide a variety of plant types to prevent a monoculture. And again, the applicant's response to that was to keep it as is, as proposed, with the predominant plant species of fountain grass and St. Augustine grass. Staff did add some conditions of approval on the resolution. We have condition of approval 4.6, which requires that the applicant work with staff and including the landscape consultant for appropriate placing of the required front yard trees in the front yard setback. And then condition 4.7, which is consistent with the landscape consultant's comment, requires that the applicant provide more plant types. And the applicant will speak further on this when it's his turn to speak on the project. So as of now, the plans do show a sidewalk that was required by the Public Works Department. That was a comment that came back from the DMT process, Development Management Team review process. And as a condition of approval, 3.10, it requires that the applicant provide an easement for a sidewalk. The applicant today is requesting that the Planning Commission remove that condition of approval. Staff supports keeping the condition of approval. We do have staff available, Zach Ponson from the Public Works Division or Department, to speak on that issue if there's any questions for him. Part of the review for this project is looking into potential physical and visual impacts. So as far as physical impacts, as noted in the report, the project will stay entirely within the property, away from shared property lines. Throughout the process, there's been concerns raised by neighbors regarding the construction-related activities, and our response have been that those areas of construction will be reviewed during the building permit and grading permit process. So before I go into the visual impact analysis, here's this image again showing the grade difference. I think here it's important to note the Goldschmidt House and its visibility from Avenida La Cuesta compared to the Campbell House to the left. As far as visibility, it's not as visible, and in the staff report, it's noted as a property that doesn't contribute as much to the street scene as the Goldschmidt House. We see a lot of overgrown landscaping that screens the residents and is challenging to view it from the street. So you'll see that the applicant's efforts with regards to the visual impact study were more focused on providing views or protecting the views, public views of the Goldschmidt House. So here's an example as viewed from the intersection of Avenida La Cuesta and Patero del Oro. The left image is an aerial view showing where the right image was taken from. So we can see the landscaping in this image completely screens that home. And this is not a an angle or vantage point from the street, but it does give an idea of the vegetation that's on the east side of the property of the Campbell House, which again screens the residence. So now moving on to the Goldschmidt House. The impact study provided in the staff report provides a vantage point that staff agrees with. This is a vantage point that the applicant thought was reasonable and where potential visitors will stand to view the property when coming up Avenida La Cuesta from Patero del Oro. And the vantage point shown here is approximately where that red dot is, looking towards the Goldschmidt. And then you see how the yellow line relates to the intersection there. So it's essentially the yellow line follows the rear wall plane of where that window is, and it's extended towards Patero del Oro. And I'm sorry, the right image is also a rendering of the project. What's not accurate here is the fact that it doesn't include the sidewalk, but again, the plans do propose the sidewalk as of now. And here's another vantage point. So as mentioned by Commissioner Cosgrove, story poles were installed. They were up for approximately 2 days, and we did have the opportunity as staff to go on site and meet with the applicant and the adjacent property owners, and did confirm that the story poles matched what was proposed on plans. And just to get a better idea, we do have a video to show coming from Patero del Oro going up on Avenida La Cuesta. Thank you, Jonathan. So in conclusion, before I move on to the next area here, as far as physical and visual impacts, the staff report notes that staff has determined that there aren't any physical and visual impacts given the analysis and the applicant's submittal. The other area that staff analyzes is how it is compatible with the neighborhood. And real briefly here, as far as what defines the character of a neighborhood, this is just an example of some characteristics from topography to street lighting and landscaping to areas that are more focused on here for this project would be the front yard setbacks and then the architectural styles, and then all the way down to garage orientation. So what do we find in the subject neighborhood? We find that the majority of the front yard setbacks are at 20 feet or less than 20 feet. The subject historic properties are the only ones that have the more substantial setbacks at 90 feet for the Campbell House and 76 feet for the Goldschmidt House. We also see a mix of architectural styles. The applicant's neighborhood analysis provides some images and a map identifying those properties that were shown, showing the distinct styles of architecture. We also see 1 and 2 stories throughout the neighborhood. We see front yard landscaping and no set theme. And then street-facing garages for the majority, which is an element that if these projects went through a design review process, the design guidelines discourage visible street-facing garages that are dominant street feature. In this case, the project provides a street-facing garage, but it's blended in with the architecture, and therefore it doesn't give the impression that it's of dominance as viewed from the front. And there's also a varied depth of driveways within the neighborhood. And as far as driveways for this property, again, it's similar to the adjacent historic properties where it's longer than most properties, where there are some driveways immediately across the street that are shorter than that now required 18 feet. So we also see that feature in the neighborhood. So in conclusion, staff finds that the project is consistent with the general plan policies, design guidelines, and the zoning code, and is therefore recommending that the Planning Commission determine the project is categorically exempt from the requirements of CEQA and approve the project subject to conditions of approval. And we did, as noted, receive public comments that were forwarded to the Planning Commission prior to the meeting. I'll note that we have the applicant and the homeowner available for any questions, as well as Zach Ponson from Public Works as well, if there's any questions for him. And that concludes my presentation.
All right, thank you, David. Let's just see if any of my colleagues have some questions of you or Mr. Ponson. Commissioner Prescott Loeffler, we'll start with you.
Hi, I'm over here. I have a question about the story poles because I did not have the opportunity to see them when I went out. If you could go back to, thank you. Right there. Is the pergola part of the story pole?
Yeah, Jonathan, can you, Jonathan will identify it here with the cursor. So these are two shots taken at slightly different angles. The one on the left is closer to the center. The one on the right is on the right lane. And the edge of that pergola is where Jonathan has the cursor.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Commissioner McCann?
What's, excuse me, what's the height of the pergola?
It shouldn't exceed 10 feet. I don't know the exact, but it shouldn't exceed 10 feet.
Okay.
I'd say, just by looking at it, it's probably between 9 and 10.
Okay, and do you know, or if not, maybe the applicant in their time can address, how does the height of the pergola compare to the, let's say, the finished floor of the neighbor's property? Do you know? Like, is it above their finished floor elevation? Because I know that the Goldschmidt home sits higher, so I'm just wondering, is the pergola up and competing with that house, or no, it's below? And again, if you don't know, maybe the applicant can address that in their comments.
Yeah, I'll ask Dustin, the project designer, to address that. Dustin, did you hear the question?
Why don't you address it in your comments when it's on the, people can hear it through the microphone. Thank you, that's all.
Vice Chair Camp?
I just have a couple. David, on the project description, about 5 lines down, it says the proposed color palette consists of light earth tone colors. And then directly below that, it says the proposed color palette, the exterior building materials include white stucco walls. Where are the white stucco walls on the design?
White stucco walls. set of plans here. I'm gonna also ask the project designer to address that. I don't have the plans in front of me.
Okay, especially if there are any that are visible from the front.
Yeah.
Also, a few lines down below that, it does actually say there's a basketball and pickleball court. Are we reviewing and approving a pickleball court tonight, or are we just looking at the home? Because it's listed.
Right, that was included just to provide the applicant or homeowners full scope of work, but no, the pickleball/basketball court's not being reviewed. If it were a standalone recreational like court in a residential zone, then it would require a conditional use permit, but in this case, it's an accessory use to a home.
Okay, that's all I have.
Chair Pro Tem McCacken, did you have questions? Not at this time. Okay, Commissioner Crandall is saying no, and so Commissioner Davis?
Okay. So, real quick, I know a lot of this has to do with historical visibility from the street, right? And this is for somebody wanting to build a home. Is there any obligation of an owner of a historic home to preserve the view or visibility from a street? And I'm getting at, we got all, you want to protect, or homeowners, historic site homeowners want to protect the view of their home from the street. But then we see situations where they've completely blocked the visibility of that particular home from the street with growth. Is there anything that addresses that, Jonathan or David?
Yeah,
Yeah, I'll take that question. So yes, we, and the commission reviewed portions of our code that relate to this through the streamlining ordinance. And so a lot of landscaping considerations would be handled under our administrative development permit. And so if someone wants to come in and simply modify landscape, we would take a look at that. And the reason being, for instance, the project tonight, where we're concerned about views towards the property. So if someone wants to propose some landscaping that would potentially cause impacts, then we would either not approve that or move it out of the administrative process. So the short answer is yes, that there should typically be requests for modification to the landscaping. Getting directly responsive to your question about the neighboring property where there's landscaping that precludes visibility towards that property. It's been in that condition for over 20 years at this point. So it's there's not a clear permit record related to that. If someone came in today and requested something of that sort, we would not approve that. Our code includes prescriptions outside of landscaping. We consider hedges to be under the same considerations as fences and walls, and so there's a limitation on the height that's allowed, and particularly within the front yard setback, that height would be 42 inches only for hedges, fences, and walls. So if there was a request today, we would not approve a request to do that.
Just curious, what about, is there any responsibility on the historic homeowner themselves to preserve that view and not let the trees and shrubs get out of control? Because I can't see the one on the corner. Just curious.
I think that we would certainly encourage all historic property owners to consider ways that views towards their historic property could be enjoyed by the public. As far as a responsibility goes, there would need to be, if there were a code case at this property, staff would look at the history of whether there were specific approvals, what was considered there. I'll note one other thing, because I don't know the full history at this property, but there's also a pool that's in the front yard setback, and so typically related, we look to screen those types of uses from the street view. So there's somewhat competing interests in this case, where we would want to screen the pool, but we would also want to maintain views towards the historic residence. Well, we'd have to do that research.
Okay, one more question. Now, on the opposite side of the project, is there, I didn't notice, is there sidewalk on the opposite side? Existing?
Yes.
Okay, then I'm looking, can you bring up the picture of the three lots together, both historic sites with the proposed one in the middle? I want to take a good bird's eye look on what a sidewalk there might look like for everybody.
Is that one good, Commissioner?
That's okay. I think it proves somewhat of a point. I don't know that a sidewalk in between these two homes and looking up and down the street, I don't know that there's any other sidewalks. I think maybe excluding a sidewalk might lend to the preservation of the feel of these historic properties also. Just a thought. Okay. There's no sidewalks on that side, right? Anywhere?
You do see some, but a few properties down or up.
Let me just, I've got a couple questions.
I have
and
one more after yours.
You want to,
Oh.
you have some follow-ups?
Just a quick one, yes.
Okay, go ahead. Commissioner Prescott Loeffler.
Thank you. In relation to the pickleball court, is it in our purview about lighting? And if it isn't, can you remind me what the code is about nighttime lighting as far as looms?
Yes, so this property is subject to our lighting ordinance, which at the moment is just one paragraph that essentially says that all lighting fixtures must be directed downwards to point towards the ground and away from neighboring properties. Like I mentioned earlier, if it was a standalone sports coat in a residential zone, if they were proposing any like pole lighting, that would have to go through the CUP process. So any lighting that's proposed on the property or for this project would have to stay consistent with that ordinance. And it does not include pole lighting.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Let me just pick up on Commissioner Davis's line of thought on the sidewalk. And to do that, Mr. Ponzin, do you mind just coming up? And since you're here, thank you. Can you just share your thoughts, process on condition 3.10 requiring the construction of the sidewalk, please?
So Municipal Code 12.08 follows state and federal guidelines requiring sidewalk for all projects with building valuations over $50,000. So on all discretionary applications, our sidewalk policy and our code state that any discretionary project should also require a sidewalk easement to be decided upon by that decision-making body so that we can obtain sidewalk where there isn't necessary easements. So you see it on almost every application we have that's discretionary, that we mention the sidewalk, and we customize that condition to state what the right-of-way is and whether or not an easement will be required. So staff's recommending that we include an easement in here. In the event that we require sidewalk at this time, they can apply for a waiver through the city manager's office. There's a process for that. So staff recommends keeping that condition in there for the easement and then leaving the waiver up to the city manager.
Okay.
Even if the city manager does deny the sidewalk request at this time or approves their waiver, the easement is still good to have because we never know when or what we can do in the future. So 20 years down the line, we can narrow the street and we might need only a foot of sidewalk easement. There's a lot of different options of what the city can do if the homeowner is approved for a waiver. There's other things we can do it ourselves. So
Okay.
that's why we like to keep the easement in there.
No, okay. What I'm just confused about is the actual wording of 3.10. It looks like it's requiring construction of the sidewalk. Am I reading that incorrectly?
So that construction of the sidewalk, if you have enough right-of-way, it's required whether you're discretionary or not. Every house in town builds a room addition or anything else over $50,000. If you don't have sidewalk, we require you to put it in, and you can apply for a waiver on normal projects. So that condition is in there to document the fact that we're requiring an easement.
Okay.
And so in this case, they can apply for, and we're also acknowledging that they can apply for a waiver
The waivers for a waiver on the easement or construction?
of construction.
Got it.
You, as a discretionary body, can kind of negate all this and simply say, we don't think this whole block should have sidewalk, and you can just get rid of the condition. Staff, we haven't seen that happen yet through a planning commission or city council. We've always left that condition in there, so I don't believe we've waived that condition.
Would you have an
before.
issue if we waived the construction and just left the easement portion in?
I don't know if that's in your purview. Technically, per code, it's the city manager's the waiver process.
Got it.
And the decision-making body is the waiver of the easement if needed. And so in past hearings, the zoning administrator and even planning commission has felt uncomfortable being a different decision body every time on a waiver. That's why we always recommend that single person as the city manager, so it's consistent.
Okay. Okay. So the waiver is available to the applicant.
Yes.
All right. Does anyone else want to follow up on the sidewalk before I move on?
I would.
Okay, Commissioner McCann.
Jenna, would you agree with what Zach said? He said that the planning commission doesn't have the ability to not require construction of the sidewalk, but I would think that is within our purview. If we're allowed to modify conditions, it seems like we could modify that condition if we so chose. How would you feel about that?
Without looking at the specific portion of the code that Zach is citing, I don't think I can answer that. I'm happy to look at it during this hearing, though, so I can take a look at that.
Okay, please do, thank you.
Steve, did you have something?
Actually, can I keep going?
Keep
Sorry.
going, yeah.
So, are you aware of, I mean, in the aerial that David pulled up, I didn't see any sidewalk on that. I guess it would kind of be the northeast side of the street, even multiple houses down. The only sidewalk that I'm aware of is directly across the street in front of 240. Is there something I'm not aware of, or do you know if there is sidewalk or?
So the sidewalk on that street, the mass, I'm kind of looking at Jonathan's screen. I don't know if we have it up.
They had it up a second ago.
The sidewalk does exist in the Broadmoor homes throughout that entire community, and then it terminates at the Goldschmidt house. And so, and then you also see sidewalk on the other side of the street as they've improved it into the La Cuesta neighborhood. So you're kind of seeing two different generations of neighborhoods, one of the very original tracks that were developed versus the 1960s Broadmoor tracks. And so the Broadmoor tracks do have sidewalk that continues down the street, and then at the Goldschmidt house is where it stops. And La Cuesta, the street itself is a little interesting because it's not centered in the right-of-way. So the street itself, curb to curb, is not centered exactly. And so on this side of this portion where these three properties are, we would need an easement on each of the historic properties and this subject site tonight. The rest of the block, as we've gone down the street on La Cuesta, we have been getting sidewalk on a case-by-case basis. And that's the policy throughout the city, is we get it little by little. And at some point, the city can come in with a city project and fill in the gaps, or we wait for the homeowners to do their projects.
Okay, thank you.
I just want to keep the theme on sidewalk. If I welcome other colleagues to chime in on sidewalk.
I think that clears it up, but, so you're saying that there's either an easement or a sidewalk required on both sides of the street?
Correct, and that's throughout the city. So we're trying to follow state and federal law that requires us to have a policy that requires sidewalk to be put in where feasible. There are waiver criteria for it. One of the ones that this particular site actually had a hearing before for the previous application, and it got all the way up to city council, and city council recommended that the conditions stay in there, and that, because on a vacant bare site, they could easily grade that slope back in a matter of a half hour with equipment and make room for a sidewalk. There's gonna be equipment on the site doing grading, it could very easily grade that slope. So if there wasn't equipment on our home remodel or something, we have waiver criteria based on topography. So if you need a retaining wall higher than 3 feet, the city manager can grant a waiver. This particular site, as it's currently exists right now, would only need a wall about 2 feet high. And that's if they didn't grade the slope down. If they don't
Okay,
want to
so it
build
would
a
have to be
wall,
a- So it'd have to be a hardship, in other
has to be a
words.
hardship, yes.
Okay. That's all I got.
Commissioner Davis, you want a sidewalk comment?
Yes. Do the historic sites currently have an easement?
The Goldschmidt House went through a discretionary application, and it does have the ability to get an easement in the future. The house to the north does not have an easement on it, but if they do a project, there would be a similar condition added to that.
So do you know the situation where the one property that does have the easement, why did that get an easement and not a sidewalk? Did that retain a waiver?
So they have applied for a waiver. They went through the same similar process through a discretionary hearing. I believe they've already done that hearing. So there's a condition on that one that they would grant an easement if needed for sidewalk construction. They applied for a waiver and they did receive one due to mostly a utility box right up by that car to the right. And so the rest of their frontage technically had some topography issues, but it was granted a waiver by the city manager. But that's not to preclude the city from doing something in the future, like narrowing the street a hair and putting our own sidewalk in through a city project. And if we needed 6 inches or 2 feet for a sidewalk easement, then we would utilize that easement through these conditions of approval.
Are we satisfied? Okay. Zach, thanks for being here tonight and answering our questions.
Thank you. I'll stay around.
Okay, great. David, back to you. Is there an HOA of this, for these homes?
No.
Okay. Just on the pickleball court, just for my own sake of understanding, that's not in scope of our review tonight? Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay. Out of curiosity, does our zoning code address that as a use for residential low zoning? Does it speak to that type of a use as being permitted? Do you know?
Yes, we do have our residential use table that it doesn't explicitly call out a pickleball or basketball court, but it does mention recreational uses. I think that's the wording that requires a conditional use permit. For standalone uses.
Standalone, but within the property of a private home, there's no, I'm just looking to see if there's any kind of zoning guidance on that.
Yeah, as an accessory use, there is no purview.
Okay, so no purview from us, you're saying?
Correct, yeah.
All right. Sure, follow-up questions on that. Go
On-
ahead, Commissioner Prescott,
Back,
the floor.
back to the pickleball. Noise, that's part of zone, on a pickleball court, that's zoning?
Yes, noise in general is addressed in the code, and any property is subject to those exterior noise standards, again, found in the municipal code.
For
I don't know.
residential? And what would that be if you, let's say you have a pool, backyard activities, is there like a time of night when it's supposed to be quiet, or?
There is a time range and a specific decibel. I'm not sure if it's 55 or 65, Jonathan. If you want the exact number, we can look that up right now.
Thank you.
There it is.
Yeah, so commissioners, on the screen right now is section 848040 that governs noise throughout the city. You'll see that in the left column, it's land use, and then the columns are related to the times, which relates to your question, Commissioner Prescott-Loeffler. There is an assumption of a slightly higher noise volume during the day, and then between 10 p.m. and 7 a.m., a reduction. And our code compliance team is very familiar with this section and the related standards for measurement of noise-related activities throughout the city.
Good on that? Anyone else? Commissioner
Since we
Crandall?
kind of went beyond just questions to staff.
Yep.
Can the city attorney or staff make comment on the documents we received that showed that at some point in time in history, there was a requirement that this lot did have Spanish colonial revival? And those are in our packets, and I just want to find out if that's been determined, whether that's applicable or not legally. So do we just disregard it, or is that something we have to consider?
Can I redirect that to you, Jonathan, to take that, please?
Sure. So I'll comment generally. This is my comment obviously is not a legal position, but more of a historic frame of reference. So original plats in the city all had a deed restriction requiring Spanish colonial revival architecture. And that position was challenged by the Bank of America that took possession of a significant amount of property in the city, and they were successful in their suit that overturned that deed requirement citywide. Since that time, there have been subsequent court proceedings that have said that cities generally can establish provisions that require certain architectural standards, which is why we have an architectural overlay, et cetera. But once that occurred, citywide, we saw the change in consistency of Spanish colonial revival in the 20s and 30s to the medley that exists today. So that's a bit of a historic perspective on where that came from. There's certainly other portions of that deed that are also no longer enforceable for other state reasons. Unfortunately, San Clemente had racial provisions within deeds. Obviously, those are not enforceable either. So that's my understanding as far as the timeline of events related to Spanish colonial. Ole Henson was ahead of his time, and eventually the courts agreed that cities could establish regulatory provisions. But in the review of permits, we are not taking a look specifically at the deed components.
Can I ask a follow-up on that? Sorry. So that deed issue, I guess this is probably for Jenna, that's not a city zoning issue, that's a chain of title issue, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you.
And I do have an answer to your previous question, Chair, if now is
please.
the time, all right. Just very quickly, it does look like under the municipal code, the authority is granted within to the city manager to waive the sidewalk requirements. And that is actually appealed directly to the city council.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. Just to wrap up the current line of questioning regarding the style of architecture in the staff report, I'm just going to read it, and then David, I'd like for you to expand on what you wrote here, just provide any other commentary, and because I'll try and couch it in the form of a question. It does say here, although the project is not required to have one specific style of architecture, I'm looking at page 8 here, the applicant proposes a modern residence versus Spanish colonial revival residence to avoid detracting from the adjacent Hollywood Regency and Spanish colonial revival historic homes by not mimicking adjacent architecture and to avoid creating a false sense of history. I guess my question is, if that's the applicant's elective, okay, is it the staff's position I'm trying to get at if there's a staff policy or position that says when you're developing adjacent to a historic home, you want a different style other than Spanish. Is that, or is this a one-off situation? Can you just maybe expand a little bit about that? And maybe Jonathan, if you want to chime in, it's more of a broad question about when asked by an applicant or member of the public what their options are, what does the staff say to them?
Yeah. So for any property owner or applicant going through a discretionary review process, right? We start with preliminary conversations over the counter, over the phone, and our goal as staff is to help identify early what they need to comply with, right? General plan policies, design guidelines, zoning code, et cetera. And in doing that, and based on previous reviews that have gone through DRSC, Planning Commission, and other review bodies, we make recommendations. There's been, in this case, we've seen that when we have projects next to a Spanish colonial revival historic home, it seems like that's mostly the case. In the past, it's been consistent comments from staff and review bodies that a style of the same architecture, similar to the adjacent historic property, could, not that it will automatically, but it has the possibility to detract, right? It could maybe propose more prominent features that start taking away attention from, or drawing attention away from the historic resource. One example is now like a tower feature at the front of the home that's probably taller than the adjacent home, right? Can start detracting away. But it's not always the case where we say, hey, or we don't say at all that you must do something that's non-Spanish. Actually, with the same applicant, he just worked on a project adjacent to another historic property where he did do a Spanish colonial revival, just facade remodel, and it was appropriate. So in that case, it was Spanish, stayed sensitive to the historic property, but we just go through that process of, hey, these are the guidelines you have to be consistent with. These are previous comments we've given. If you go this route, this is something to look forward to. So it was just a recommendation given. The prior project proposed at the site was also of contemporary as well for the same reason. When we look at those minutes and staff reports, it was a similar dialogue that the city had with that property owner.
Okay, thank you. Is that good? All right. I want to conclude our questions. Are we good? Can we move on? Fantastic. So we've got, well, we're not quite there yet. So at this point, we're going to ask the applicant to make their presentation. I believe it is the applicant's architect, is that correct? Dustin Morris? You'll have 10 minutes, sir, to make your presentation.
Do you want me to just answer those questions first before my time starts, Jonathan? The pergola sits at the finished floor level, which is below the adjacent Goldschmidt home. It sits at about 10 feet high, so it is not in competition with the Goldschmidt home. The stucco that you'll be seeing is on the bottom far right, as well as the white stucco band that runs along the ceiling or floor level of the second floor and above the roof. The fascia is going to be white stucco. And white is variable, right? The idea is that it's a soft white. There's a million different whites nowadays. So that's where the stucco will be seen on the front of the building. Good evening, everyone. I'm Dustin, the designer involved with the Moses residence. I thought it pertinent just to bring up how the process started. The applicants, the Moses family, came to the city. They discussed what they wanted to do, the plot that they wanted to buy. They were very much aware of both historic homes on either side. They were aware of the sensitivity that would have to happen in bringing a home there. They discussed with people and with the planning staff at the counter kind of what they can do and what they would want to be doing. It was said at that time that there was already a previous home, 2 previous homes that had been approved on the lot. I don't know if, Jonathan, you could pull up my slideshow as well. That'd be great. Thank you. So they spoke to them. The 2 main aspects that came out of that were, hey, there's a view corridor that was wanting to be protected from the street towards the home, and that it would be quicker running through the design process. Again, I think already unpacked by David, and what the expression would be. So both the view corridor and the expression were the 2 main aspects that they walked away from that meeting with as being outside or unique aspects to this home outside of city code and city requirements. So you can see on the slide, this is the previous Romney residence that was approved, and that view corridor was set in that red line in the slide. When they then approached me, so kind of starting the process, we treated that as much as we would a setback line from the city. We didn't push up against it. We didn't come into it. We didn't want to compete with what was already approved. We decided that that would have already gone through a discretionary review process, and that the commission at the time would have established that this is a reasonable line of sight to provide to the public to look at the Goldschmidt residence. With that, if you could go to the next slide, please. This is an image of the previously designed home that was approved, the Romney residence. You can see there's no particular style relating to a Spanish architecture. And that was kind of where, in anything in starting a design, you have to come up with the parameters. So we respected both the sight line and kind of the expression as being 2 unique aspects that we had to address and make sure. So the Moses chose to go with a modern style that would better allow them to experience the views and the climate of which we live. It's easily openable, and you can enjoy the climate, also taking advantage of the views. Again, at this point, I just want to make a note. I'm going to run through kind of why we are here, and that is the visual impact of the proposed home on the 2 historic residences on either side. Jonathan, if you go to the next slide, please. So through that, there's a photo key map kind of highlighting a route up and down the road. 2 aspects that we're going to be touching on is photo 1 as well as photo 6. I think there's been a large discussion along the position of people in experiencing the home in photo 1, where photo 6 is largely disregarded as an important view as well. It is at another intersection. It is approaching the home from another direction, and as you'll see later in the slides, it is addressed. So the first photo 1 you can see is looking towards the Hollywood Regency home, largely blocked by landscaping. Photo 2 is a photo, kind of the first view that you're looking at, kind of walking towards the Goldschmidt residence, and the facade, the effectively side yard window that is looked at being important and protecting that view corridor. Moving up to photo 3, you see kind of a view of the Goldschmidt residence. Number 4, another view, the kind of the front yard. Here you can kind of see the Goldschmidt residence is largely blocked by the landscaping, so harder to experience. What would arguably say is an important view of that Goldschmidt residence. If you go to the next slide. Photo 5 is then looking at the front elevation of the Goldschmidt residence. And then photo 6 is what I'd kind of mentioned earlier. The photo highlights the fact that you cannot see the Goldschmidt residence from an angle that would be applied to this side elevation, effectively blocking that elevation, kind of illustrating that there's maybe a difference in view expectations from 2 different approaches. So that's kind of highlighting that. If you could go to the next slide. These are the views kind of looking towards the Goldschmidt residence. Kind of something to note is the height of the trees. I know there'd been previous neighbors concerns bringing up airflow and light, but nothing that is anything more impactful than those trees is going to be put in place by the proposed development. If you go to the next slide, please. This is a photo looking towards the Hollywood Regency home. Next photo, please. These are renderings, as you can see, just illustrating where you would, if you could go to the, so this is, yeah, we've seen these renderings already, so we can kind of bounce through these. This is looking directly at the Moses, and then the Moses residence, and this is further up the street looking down towards it. If you go to the next slide. These are the two points of contention. Kind of the orange is where the assumption is that we should be pulling the building further back in the lot to experience the building from the intersection at the bottom of the street. The green dot illustrates where you do actually get unobstructed views from the sidewalk where you would be experiencing it. And you'll see the orange dot, and as I have made clear in the later one, the orange dot is the facade of the side will be obscured slightly by the single-story pergola, as made evident in the story pole study. But again, the blue dot on the far right-hand side is, again, kind of an angle that has not been respected by that adjacent home to view the property from that kind of an angle. So again, just the Moses want to make it clear that they started this process with a respect for the Goldschmidt home, a respect for the historic nature of it. They appreciate the home, and the reasonable line that we are proposing is what was proposed, a reasonable line in the previously approved homes, and that is the blue line running there, the line that we have respected and the line that does still provide adequate views of that facade from the street, from that green, and you experience that facade from the green dot all the way up in front of the Goldschmidt residence. If you could go to the next slide. That shows kind of a brief overview of the Romney residence and its size and location on the lot. The previously approved home, the Moses residence is somewhat smaller, not by much, and is far less landscaping and interest. And then, yeah, we'll go to the next one. Got the timer going. Here is the photo study of the story poles. You can see from where that orange dot was earlier. This is further up. This is kind of the next dot up, so there is no obstruction from that pergola sitting at where we believe the reasonable line to be. The photos that were illustrated earlier were further down the street from the center of that intersection. If you go to the next slide, please, Jonathan. This is further down the street, standing in the intersection. You can see where that interacts with the building. Next slide, please, Jonathan. Looking straight at the Moses. Next slide. You can go to the next slide. And then this just kind of breaks through and runs through some of the neighbor concerns as far as the historic nature of the neighborhood. We'll just kind of breeze through it because you can see that this is, the time's running out, so you can just kind of run through that, showing the different expressions in the neighborhood. Keep going. Running through some of the concerns again with the height of the foliage, and I mean the expression of the building and the relationship to the existing foliage. Next, please. This applies some of the design principles set out by the City of San Clemente and how the building pertains and has respected that. Next, please, Jonathan. Same, you can go next. This speaks about what we believe to be the reasonable line that we have respected, and the idea that there is a natural slope going towards the rear. I know that will probably come up, and as we have received a report that was done as addressing some neighbor concerns, you can go to the next. This is the landscape inspiration, kind of, we're proposing keeping that, and it is an estate feel. It separates from the two different homes and would ultimately, again, aid in making sure that people are aware of which is the Goldschmidt residence, which is the Hollywood Regency, and which is the Moses residence. With that conclusion, again, I just want to say that they have respected the reasonable line and appreciate the homes in both neighbors and are excited about moving to the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Morris. Do we have questions for him before we let him go? Okay, Prescott Leffler.
Would you go back to page 11? That one, right there. It's not on my, there it is. Dustin, could you look at, is this house that said this is the current rendition for the Moses home? There was the other house that was already previously approved. That pergola that comes across there to the blue line, the other house, did it have anything like that attached that came out all the way to that blue line?
It had a second-story deck that, whether it touched, it would be the one with the orange, which would be page 12, the next. No, it did not have anything coming all the way up to that blue line. So the orange represents, there was a two-story deck on the closest corner, represents where you can see its relationship to the line there. It had simply hardscape, but on a two-story level, the deck is the orange that we've highlighted.
And it had stairs in the front that were...
Correct.
They were not to a
No, they were.
story level? Okay.
No.
All right, thank you very much.
Anyone else? All right, Mr. Morris, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And as I indicated, we're going to do public comment, and you will have the opportunity to respond. If you hear questions asked by the public, things of that nature, you'll have the opportunity to come back and address those concerns or questions. I have about 15 speaker cards. So what I'd like to do is invite the first 3 or 4, and then you guys feel free to come up, and then we can just keep it moving. If you've heard somebody speak to your exact points and you just want to highlight those and just say, I agree with that previous point, that would help move things along. That would be great. So our first, I'll go 4 speakers. Amy Zerbog, and I'm just taking these in the order I got them. If you guys want to reorganize yourself, let me know. So speaker 1 is Amy. Christine Lambert, Vasco Misfit, and Don Wentel. Those will be our first 4. If you guys want to come up, we'll get started with our public comments. Amy, then Christine, followed by Vasco, followed by Don. Welcome.
Great, thank you. My name is Amy Zerborg. I'm here on behalf of myself and my husband, Brian Dick. We own the Campbell House at 233 Avenida La Cuesta. It's our desire to be a welcoming neighbor and make sure the construction of 239 doesn't have a detrimental impact on the historic properties and surrounding neighborhoods. After discussing with engineering contractors, architects, and neighbors, I have 3 areas of concern. 1, the overall project mass and property setback. Surrounding historic foundations are not built to current code standards. Murrow Engineering has concerns with soil compacting causing extreme vibrations to both homes with the potential to crack our foundations. Excavating extremely close to property lines will kill the trees on our properties. Killing trees affects water drainage, our retaining walls, and ultimately our foundations. And the large mass on property lines gives concerns to loads coming down on our property, which is on a landslide zone. Experts, including Henry Lenny, say this impact would be significant on historical homes. The project should not be CEQA exempt, and a full environmental impact study should be required. Old foundations plus vibrations plus killing our trees equals drainage and foundation issues and pose a danger to both historic properties on a landslide zone. In response to me expressing these concerns, I heard that the solution is that the Moses family will be liable for all damages to our homes. The solution isn't to have our neighbor be liable for the damage. This is not historic preservation. Planning Commission, are you willing to live with knowingly allowing historical home damage while on your watch? And finally, my last issue is double-digit neighbors on 8 different streets have expressed concerns with the lighted pickleball court causing noise and light pollution. The current design creates many lit spaces, taking away the quiet neighborhood we all enjoy. I'm a mother of 4, and I tell my kids all the time, every problem has a solution, and I believe this applies. And the solutions include add more space between the home and property lines and increase the setback from the street. Take the recommendations from licensed professionals for less impactful construction next to historic properties. Require a full environmental impact study to protect homes now and in the future on a landslide zone. Don't allow lights on a pickleball court. I support building a pool and an unlit basketball court to allow kids to play outside without negatively impacting surrounding quiet neighborhood. The solution is careful planning, not repair. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Thank you for coming. Christine Lambert, followed by Vosco, followed by Dawn Wentel.
Excuse me.
Welcome.
My name is Christine Lampert. I'm an architect here in town. I've been here for 48 years. I hate to admit that. And I'm actually working with the Goldsmith House right now on a small minor remodel that we've had approved through the design review process. But I'm here to speak on the house next door. And I'd like to state this particular Goldsmith House, and I know the Campbell House is also significant, but the Goldsmith House might be the most historically significant house or building in San Clemente. Its history is just phenomenal. The architect that designed it has an amazing history of over 3,000 buildings in Los Angeles. So we need to look at that. The other thing I know I sent to the planning commissioners, both Santa Barbara and Pasadena have design basic principles for site for infill projects like this. And the one that I think is so appropriate is to maintain the setbacks and alignments of the buildings in the surrounding context. A new building should be set back a similar distance from the street as those nearby historic buildings and incorporate a landscaped area that is in keeping with the neighborhood. So I wish San Clemente had those same principles. I think we should consider perhaps delaying the approval of this project and looking closely, maybe getting an EIR, an environmental impact report, maybe looking at adding these principles to our significant buildings here in town. And then I know that it was noted that there are buildings that are, the compatible neighborhood was brought up. And those were mistakes. I mean, those buildings that were done in the 1960s, nobody really cared about historic buildings then. We shouldn't look at those and say, well, our project is compatible because it looks like the other buildings, or there is nothing that looks similar. So, I'd say that should really not be considered. So in conclusion, please consider delaying this, looking at the principles of perhaps the setback. That's the main thing for me, is the setback. If we could move this building back 10 feet, I think it would probably make a very big difference. Really quickly also, I just wanted to note pickleball courts, decibel levels are 70 to 90, as opposed in the city ordinance says 50 or 55 in a neighborhood. So that could be a problem. But really, it's all about the setback, and that's my question, my request. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comments. Bosco, followed by Dawn Wentel, followed by Catherine Hall.
Good evening, commissioners. Thanks so much for your time. We're a community, so before I get tough, I want to say congratulations, David, on the family, and welcome back. I'm a longtime resident here in San Clemente as well. I'm also the attorney for both property owners, the Goldschmidts and the Goldschmidt House and the Campbell House owners. So before we got here, we tried to reach out and reach a compromise with the applicant. They rejected that proposal. They wanted to move forward with their plans. We had heard anecdotally that they wanted to build Spanish Colonial, but the city told them, no, you shouldn't, and we won't approve it. And I think that's in recordings to the Design Review Committee. There's a deed restriction for Spanish. I agree with the Planning Commission, you can't get involved in title disputes. But if there is a deed restriction that's enforceable, which would be the first time in 100 years, because this raw dirt has never been touched by anyone other than Ole when he subdivided it, and the city gives a building permit, it's going to act like a taking, because my clients have a property right to cap that restriction in place. Beyond that, these were estate-sized lots. The downstairs plaque said San Clemente Spanish Village. One of the developmental criteria is to promote the Spanish Village. So when you reach your decision today, you have to have found substantial evidence to support the applicant. But the applicant, who brought you the expertise? We brought you the commentary on CEQA supported by case law. We brought you Henry Lenny. We brought you Steve Murrow, an expert that testifies in trial and gave you an opinion on the physical deleterious nature of the proposed project and its construction. We brought you the Historical Society. We brought you the community, essentially outreach that says this is not compatible. So we brought you the evidence. The other side doesn't have a licensed architect. Respectfully, Dustin is a great designer, but he's not a licensed architect anywhere in the state of California. There's no landscape architect on this project. There's no historical consultant on this project. There's no CEQA consultant on this project. In fact, you have beautiful drawings supported by not sufficient expertise to speak to a most fundamental issue, which is for the first time since Ole Hansen, you have the last remaining estate-sized lot in the hills of San Clemente to develop, because it never has been in its history, and you got to get it right. And we've given you the submittals, and we've given you the backing, but the substantial evidence has come for the opposition. You don't have enough to vote that this is CEQA exempt. On the contrary, both the case law and the statute supports that this is going to materially harm the facilities. And it's not, we'll fix it in grading and we'll fix it in the contractor. It has to be addressed by planning. And respectfully, I'll end with this. We're going to appeal a negative decision, but I don't think we have to get sort of in terrorem. I think one of the actions that David pointed was we can continue this and seek a CEQA. Require the applicant to get a historical consultant or historical
So I'm going to have to
architect.
cut you off. You're
Thank
just
you,
going
Cameron.
too far over. Okay, thank you. Don Wentel, Catherine Hall, followed by Katie Potts. Don, welcome.
My name's Don Wenzel, and I live at 243 Avenida La Cuesta with my wife, Catherine Hall. We've lived there for approximately 5 years now. They're going to circulate a photo which I think will answer some of the questions that were posed about the positioning of this project in relation to the story poles that were placed. Unfortunately, the applicant gave us only 48 hours to have those story poles put in place, so it didn't give you enough time to physically get out there and take a look. This photo, I think, says a lot, answers a lot of your questions. Needless to say, the decision made by the Planning Commission is going to have a major and lasting impact on the two historic homes adjacent to the project. And needless to say, the project has sparked quite a bit of controversy in the neighborhood, and I think created a lot of divided opinion. I think there's one thing we can't agree on, and that is it's a very large structure, 7,200 square feet if you count the garage, 6 bedrooms, 8 bathrooms, swimming pool, a spa, and as we've heard a lot, a lighted pickleball court. So I think we can agree on what's being proposed in that regard. I think the city's recommendation to give the project a CEQA exemption is misguided. I think it's inconsistent with the requirements for that CEQA has laid out. And lastly, I don't think the project's even consistent with the city's own design guidelines. It does not demonstrate sensitivity to the surrounding context of neighboring buildings. It does not respect the privacy, sun, and light exposure at neighboring properties, nor is the building compatible in scale, mass, and form with adjacent structures. So I think federal, state guidelines are not being adhered to. I think your own design guidelines are not being adhered to. And I think you should take some time to study this project and put a continuance decision in your vote rather than voting yes. My recommendation would be that the setback be increased from the proposed 45 feet to 65 feet, which will go a long way to preserving the view corridor that we've talked about. And as you can see in that photo I provide, lessen the dramatic impact of the structure on the Goldsmith home. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Catherine Hall, followed by Katie Potts, followed by Wayne Eggleston, then Larry Culbertson.
Hi,
Catherine, welcome.
I live at the same house he does. Our house was originally named Casa Tres Vistas. The original owners were the Goldschmidt, and it's now commonly called the Goldschmidt House. It was built in 1928, and it was building permit number 14 for the Spanish Village by the Sea. I know you've heard some of this, but I think it's important to understand that the Goldschmidt family originally owned most of the land that is now San Clemente. They sold their holdings to Cotton, who then developed the city. We also have an important architect, and the fact that this is a historic resource aside from all of that, and it is the only private residence that is on the National Historic Register within San Clemente. This makes our home historically, culturally, and architecturally significant. There are other designated historic properties on La Cuesta. You didn't see them in the overview. I would argue that each side in this debate can find homes to support their position. For the proposed project, we are looking at infill between two historic properties, not a random lot or a remodel next to newer construction. Being infill makes this a de facto historic district. The general plan requirements for compatible setbacks and sensitive development make this proposal inconsistent. Also, the proposed project should not get an CEQA exemption because of the possible harm to the neighboring properties. Historic planting should also be preserved and protected from construction damage. Part of our National Register designation weighs the percentage of original features. Destruction of original features could put our historic designation at risk. While we were assured at preliminary design review that the neighbor would be responsible for harm to our property, this does not address the risk of losing original features. The living room is closest to the proposed construction. That's where you see the big arched window, and has many original elements, including large wood windows, a 12-foot high finished wood paneled ceiling, and a 1928-built unreinforced chimney. Problems were identified at our initial inspection when we were buying the house, so we were permitted and completed shoring of the foundation closest to the proposed property. The work was done in 2020 to protect our home and was not related to proposed development. This and other work was done as an investment to maintain the old foundation and stabilize the downslope movement. If you look at the other project that they've shown that was previously approved, you can see that the mass is beyond our house, not next to our house like this project. It's moved up, and that angular line goes behind our facade, which we feel is at risk. While we do not want to prevent development, we must protect this home. It's a requirement as part of our National Historic Register designation. We are asking that the construction be moved back and away from the historic homes. As proposed, the modern home would dwarf the two neighboring historic properties, put our structures at risk from construction damage, and would dominate the view from the street. Moving the proposed home back on the lot will reduce the risk to my home.
Catherine, could I ask you to wrap it up? You're just over your time now.
Okay. I was going to say no pickleball.
All right, thank you. All right, thank you for your comments. Katie Potts, followed by Wayne Eggleston, and then Larry Culbertson.
I'm Katie Potts with the San Clemente Historical Society, and the Historical Society has great concerns over the proposed project at 239 Avenida La Cuesta. We're committed to preserving San Clemente historic structures and historic settings. Preservation means not only looking at the particular historic asset, but also includes examining all elements in the nearby environment which impact the historic structure, elements with current impact and elements with future impact. In the case of the proposed new construction at 239 Avenida La Cuesta, preservation means not allowing subsequent development to overwhelm and obscure our historic treasures in a way that the look and feel of the original architecture is lost. And with that, I would like to echo the comments of the previous speakers, as well as Larry Culbertson, who's to come. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Thank you for your comments. Wayne?
Good evening. San Clemente is the Spanish village by the sea. Let me repeat that, please. San Clemente is the Spanish village by the sea. To discourage a home being built in the style of Spanish Revival architecture is not right. I was in the city council for 12 years, and I was up there where you are for 4 years on the planning commission. I never heard such a thing. We always encouraged, where applicable, Spanish Revival architecture. We are known throughout the country, throughout the state, throughout the region, and even internationally with our visitors as the Spanish village by the sea. We should not be discouraging Spanish Revival architecture. I find that when I heard that, I just could not believe it. That may be staff interpretation, but as far as I'm concerned, when I was on the council and on the planning commission, San Clemente encouraged our history, our tradition, our heritage. And I hope that this comes to a conclusion with regard to that type of interpretation, because we are very fond of our tradition and our heritage in San Clemente, and we love it. Ole Hansen was instrumental in doing this and providing this beautiful architecture in our city, and we need it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Larry Culbertson, followed by Jim Hamilton, and then Susie Klickstein.
Good evening. My name is Larry Culbertson. I'm representing the San Clemente Historical Society as the preservation chair. I sent you a letter this morning. I hope you all received it and had a chance to review it. As a proponent of preservation, I'm opposed to this project. For you to approve this project, you need to make all 6 findings listed on the required findings heading of your staff report. I do not think you can make those findings. The letter explained in detail why this application should be denied. Here are the main points. This project is inconsistent with the general plan. The general plan requires compatible setbacks in order to maintain neighborhood character. This project fails to provide a compatible setback. The Campbell House to the west is set back 90 feet from the front property line. The Goldschmidt House to the east is set back 76 feet. This project proposes a 45-foot setback. That's not compatible. It is inconsistent. This project is inconsistent with the city design guidelines. Our design guideline states projects should demonstrate sensitivity to the surrounding context and neighboring buildings. This incompatible 45-foot setback demonstrates a lack of sensitivity to the Goldschmidt House, which is the property most deserving of sensitive treatment in the neighborhood. It would be materially injurious to an abutting property. This project would be insensitive and disrespectful to one of the most important homes in San Clemente. Permitting it to be located 31 feet closer to the street than the Goldschmidt House would erase the visual prominence the historic resource has had for the past 96 years. The visual impact study does not show how detrimental the blockage of the public view would actually be. The story poles do a far better job. They show how the large west-facing window, an important architectural detail, would be partially blocked from public view. Furthermore, the large mass and the non-neighborhood conforming architectural style of the building would rip the viewer's eye away from the historic resource. It would not be in character nor compatible with the properties in the neighborhood. The applicant's project neighborhood compatibility analysis includes 29 examples of homes in the surrounding neighborhood. None of them are remotely architecturally compatible with the project. It would have a negative visual impact upon an abutting historic resource. The combination of permitting the project to protrude into the public view of the Goldschmidt House, combined with the ostentatious architectural style, would create a severe negative visual impact to the historic resource. Please deny this application. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Jim Hamilton.
Good evening, Planning Commission. I'm Jim Hamilton, San Clemente resident, member of the Historical Society. I'm going to echo what everybody else has said. This is a case where streamlining, I don't think works. This is an environmentally sensitive area. If you look at it socially, how the community looks, it's a very massive project. In my mind, it's a little intrusive in scale, mass, setbacks in a number of areas that the story polls kind of show. It just doesn't fit in with what I would consider the neighborhood character. It's had opportunities through design review to make it a little more compatible or tasteful or aligned with. I think the design review committee came up with the idea of placing the story polls. I think they're up a little briefly for people to take a look at and digest. And so in effect, you've got two historic resources. You've got an area that's fairly unstable, as we know, the ground. I think this is an area, a place that could be scaled back a bit, have something that would go in there and fit in more in character with the neighborhood, more in character with San Clemente. Thank you very much for your time and trouble.
Thank you for your comments tonight. Susie Klickstein, followed by Lee Van Slyke, followed by Paul Parsons.
I'm Susie Klickstein. I'm a member of the Historical Society, and mainly I can just echo what Larry, Christine, Catherine, and Katie said. I couldn't say it better than they did, and I totally concur with them. Thank you.
Thank you. Lee?
Thank you. Lee Van Slyke, past president of the San Clemente Historical Society, and it's a pleasure to be here addressing you again after a long time without doing so. Jonathan, can you please bring up the slide that shows the green and red sight lines? I just want to add to all of the wonderful comments that everybody has made that I think another reason to not shortcut the CEQA process is that we're supposed to be preserving the public's ability to see our Spanish village by the sea, as Wayne put it. And it's not on this monitor. Anyway, oh, there we go. Okay. So the sight lines that have always been used to judge both the previous submission and this one run to the southwest corner of the living room. You can see the blue and red sight lines converge on the corner of the living room near that round window. Now that round window is undoubtedly one of the two most significant features of the design that Paul L. Williams did. But there is another one that is almost as significant, and that is the round room. How many of you have ever driven by the corner of Palizada and Calle Puente? Kind of picture going down Palizada, and then you've got Calle Puente cutting across the first time you can turn right and go over towards the elementary school. How many of you have ever driven by that without noticing that it's got a beautiful round tower in the front? That little Ole Hansen in the corner there. These round towers are an important part of what we mean by Spanish colonial architecture, and the sight lines have not yet ever reflected that. These lines should be moved up and to the left 10 or 15 feet so that the existence of that round tower is available for the public to see. And again, I agree with everything everybody else has said. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Paul Parsons, followed by Amanda Q, followed by, looks like Michael Minnow.
Hi, Paul Parsons, member of the Historical Society and an Ole Hansen homeowner of an Ole Hansen home. I want to keep this slide up as well because I think this is very important from the standpoint of both the current owners of the Goldschmidt House and Mr. Moses both made their determination to purchase their properties based on the red line that you see here as the setback, which was at 54 feet. We've heard that testimony both presented at the Design Review Subcommittee meetings and also in person with myself meeting with the Catherine and Don. And so to me, modifying that is an important aspect of what we're dealing with here, because both parties made a decision knowingly going into this arrangement of setbacks with a clear picture that that was what was previously approved, and now it is determined that they want to modify that. To me, that seems inconsistent and not right. So at the very least, we need to look at this setback, the red line setback that was previously approved, as something that needs to be looked at. And in addition to that, I'm not going to talk about the pickleball or any of these other aspects of it, with the exception of the looking at the soil and having a soil report, a geological report, to see if there's any impact to the two properties on either side. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Amanda, followed by Michael, and then Mary Ann comes.
Good evening. As a San Clemente resident of over 50 years, it's imperative to preserve our history. The subject property is between two historic properties. The Goldschmidt House is on the National Register of Historical Places. As a person of color, I do want to address the significance of the famous architect Paul R. Williams for his contribution not only in his field, but also the importance in the African American history. The Goldschmidt House should not be threatened in any way. I'm concerned regarding the impacts of the foundations for the Goldschmidt House. It's important for the Planning Commission to consider setbacks for this property that do not cause any instability on the foundation of this historic property of the Goldschmidt House. A large front yard there should be also a setback in the front yard, and I'm appalled about the excuse that was provided tonight for not choosing a Spanish colonial style home because it will provide a false sense of history. That is the most absurd comment I've ever heard, or excuse. How is it that other projects like the Yap project that is on West El Portal, which is next to an historic home, has to abide by the Spanish colonial style? In addition to that, the project for the Hotel San Clemente has to also be subject to the Spanish colonial style, especially since it's going to be right next to the historic property as well, and use that property. I'm also concerned regarding the sound from pickleball court, since currently because where it is situated, the sound will resonate throughout the neighborhood. It's going to be acting like an amphitheater, and that sound is going to resonate throughout. Currently, the City of San Clemente is in active litigation regarding the pickleball noise at San Gregorio Park in a residential neighborhood. A concerned resident filed a lawsuit against the city for the impact of noise from the pickleball courts. And under California noise laws, Health and Safety Code 4600, or 46,000, where all Californians are entitled to a peaceful and quiet environment without the intrusion of noise, which may be hazardous to their health or welfare. It is the policy of the state to provide an environment for all Californians, and this noise from the pickleball noise will have a significant impact to someone's health. And I just want to say, I echo all the other comments, and we should have an EIR sound study and a geological report. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. We have Michael, is it Mino? Mino. Welcome, sir.
I've got the little tiny shack at 240 right below them. So who's the owners? Is it you guys? I haven't met you yet. Welcome to the neighborhood. So the reason why I came tonight is Bernie Wolfer, who's the really cool guy, lives up. He was at mine. I got to say, this room is nothing like the room I was in. I didn't have this kind of audience. I felt kind of cheated. Welcome to the neighborhood. I'm sure you guys are going to work through this. One of the cool things about our neighborhood is that we have people looking out for the neighborhood, right? The passion here is awesome. Again, I didn't get that from my house, so I'm a little little upset right now, but we'll talk about that later. I know there's a lot of, I'm a builder. I build houses. I'm building one in Capistrano Beach, Dana Point, and they're much tougher than you guys, a lot slower too, by the way. So 8 years ago, I built my house. Just, again, want to thank you to the welcome to the neighborhood. When I built my house, I had to pay for the sidewalk. Good thing the curb and gutter was newer, but the sidewalk from 242 all the way down, including the handicap little ramp, so everybody's welcome. I'm the one that did that, paid for by me. And I also had to replace the curb and gutter all the way the bottom, completely gone, because it was 1960. You got to replace the curb and gutter. So a lot of people walk up and down the street. It was my opinion, I would just put the sidewalk. I know the only problem with that is the same problem I had is setback. Once you put in the sidewalk, now you're losing 4 feet, which is the same thing I had with my house. I needed that 4 feet, which is why it's on this weird little angle. But it is what it is. I know you guys are going to work everything out. Again, I just want to welcome you guys to the neighborhood and have a beer, and we'll talk more, because I could have got that lot from the Don Checks, because my brother's the real estate agent. And if I told you the price, you'd be upset. But anyways, that's it.
All right, thank you for your comment, sir. Our last speaker is Mary Ann Combs.
Hi, good evening. I'm Mary Ann Comas. I'm also with the Historical Society. And I'm not going to say much, but I just want to say that the Goldsmith House is a very special, special house to a lot of us in San Clemente. It being one of the very first houses here, and the architect had put it right up on top of, he placed it, the famous architect placed that house up on that hill the way it was supposed to be. And there was nothing around it. And so to see that house losing some of its luxury, or whatever you want to say about it, it's really sad. I really would like for you to push that house back. I don't have a problem with the design, but I do want to say a little bit about your curbs. One of the gentlemen said that it's state law that the curbs, you have to have a curb, we have to have sidewalks. Well, that's not true in LA. My brother lives in West LA, and his house was built in the 40s, 1940, and the community, in that community, they fought it to not put sidewalks in. And to this day, they do not have their sidewalks. And it looks really cool without it, I'll tell you. And so these historic homes up there, no sidewalks, it should stay that way, because this is historic. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you for your comments. We just did get one more speaker card in, and there's time if anyone else wants to speak as well. Donna DeVreen, welcome.
My name is Donna Vidrine, and I'm a San Clemente resident and a longtime Historical Society member. And my expertise is in healthcare, but I totally support all the concerns by the Historical Society that are presented tonight. And I am very concerned about the noise level with pickleball, and also about the environmental review on the ground stability. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Do we have any other speakers tonight? Want to make sure anyone that wants to be heard is heard. Okay. Seeing no more members of the public that want to speak, I'm going to turn back to the applicant to see if they wish to speak to any concerns they heard or comments, or have any kind of response. Mr. Morris, that's going to be you? Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Good evening. I'll just keep it brief and kind of summarize some of the items that were brought up. I just wanted to bring up in the request for making the setback further. This is already, well, I think I'd start off with could you bring that slide up, Jonathan, please? It is on your screen right now. The red line is not our proposed adjustment to any setback. The red is the view that that the neighbors and people around are wanting to protect, and we're saying that the blue is actually the one that we took from the Romney residents. The blue is the one that we're respecting. The blue was the one that was previously approved. The red is an illustration of what the surrounding community would like. So there is no documentation of that red line. The blue line is the one that we are respecting and that was previously approved.
Can you show the other slide with the overlay? I don't think you're right.
Sorry, my time's ticking, and then we can go for it. Then in line with the soils tests, we have LGC, who is the consultant for the city, who has conducted a slope stability analysis and geological analysis of the lot. He also, along with that, we have Milani Co. and Coastline Engineering, all licensed and very familiar with the city and have done multiple developments with both me as well as other architects and designers in the city, so very familiar and were very capable of developing on this lot. We were also brought up negotiating a proposal. We received a proposal to negotiate on a Sunday morning. We felt that, and the clients felt that it was better to leave it to this hearing. We didn't want to entertain anything. The clients and us feel that the view lines and whatever was going to be proposed, we are after a reasonable solution and have stayed in line with what was previously approved on this lot. Kind of more important thing, the Murrow study that was also provided to us a couple hours before this hearing. I have a comment from Kevin. So Kevin, hopefully he's okay with me reading this. It was in response to some of this. He said, as a general rule, in most areas, especially in San Clemente soils, it is better to stay away from the slope tops as much as possible to avoid slope stability concerns, slope creep, and the associated need for deepened foundations. As such, moving the structure or improvements closer to the rear top of slope would be discouraged from a geotechnical point of view, kind of justifying why we have pulled closer to the street. Some of the other concerns, the risk of construction, again, I've kind of outlined the licensed team that is going to be a part of this construction. And then I'd like to say that the city did not discourage an expression of Spanish. It was not the intention to imply that, but rather that they had said it would be subject to a far more lengthy review process, and that it could potentially make the neighbor look poor, in that if we were to be doing a new house with new materials and a new expression, that could detract from the beauty and the history of the home. So it was never discouraged to, it was not a hard discouragement from any staff member to say no to Spanish. Then also, in brief, the pickleball court, it has never been said that there will be a pickleball court. It is a sports court. The clients wanted to make sure that they do not play pickleball. They enjoy tennis. This is a small sports court in one of the site views, and us actually designing and choosing its location. The Hollywood Regency home had a basketball court on one of it, and you can see on this slide on the driveway associated right up against the Moses residence. So we were actually, it seemed like a pertinent place to put it. It was right near a basketball court or a basketball hoop on the driveway of the Hollywood Regency home. So we felt it an appropriate place to back up to that. We thought that, it is applicable in a neighborhood where people would like to be enjoying outdoor areas. We have a soils report. I've discussed that. The public view of the home, ultimately the public can view the home from anywhere in front of the home as well as from the green dot. In theory, this would be the important view corridor is protecting a side yard view. So again, a side yard window effectively that looks over an adjacent property, which isn't typically protected in these situations within the city. Thank you so much for your time.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Morris. Okay. I want to ask my colleagues if they have additional questions for staff based on what they've heard from the public or the applicant before we move into discussion. Commissioner Davis?
Yes, can we confirm the previously approved home residence and which sightline that would pertain to, the red or the blue?
Thank you, Commissioner Davis. So again, if you look at okay, we can start with this one. So for this project, again, like Dustin Morris, the project designer, mentioned, the line of sight that they based their development on is the blue line. The red one is the one that the adjacent neighbors would like them to use. If you go back to the other one, Jonathan. So now on this image, the orange shape there is the footprint of the Romney residence, which is the previous proposal. And so below that, you see the current proposal. I think that's pretty clear on the difference there.
Okay. Now, what is the setback requirement for the proposed property?
The requirement down is 20 feet. They're proposing 45.
Okay.
Okay, anyone else want to have any follow-up questions they want to ask? Gary? Yeah.
Do we know the history of why the property was never developed? It's always been a vacant lot? Did it used to belong to one of the two houses originally?
Yeah, I can respond to that briefly. So that, and I'm going to go back to an aerial image so that we're looking at the same thing together. So the prior owners of the 233 property also owned the 239 property. I don't have context for how long those properties were owned in tandem, but there was a tennis court that was used as an accessory function to the 233 property for a substantial amount of time.
But at some time there was a lot split
No, so similar to,
in an individual
it's
lot?
always been a separate lot.
So it was just a joint owner? Only, so, okay, very good.
In terms of style, only our architectural overlay zone is where Spanish colonial revival is required.
Correct.
Correct. The rest of the community, it's encouraged, but not required.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Case by case, but there's also the pier bowl. Well, the pier bowl includes the architectural overlay. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Right. In terms of front yard setback, the distance from the pool to the back wall is how far? I figure it's like there's 50 feet. Is there any evidence that says that 50 feet is geologically unstable?
Can I ask, Dustin, do you have
The
a
designer said it,
response
but
to
is
that?
there some report that says that?
And Zach, if you want to chime in, come on up. This is your area of expertise.
No, there's no report other than what I read out, that the development is encouraged as far away from the rear slope as possible.
Okay.
Well, then I'd like Zach to weigh in. He's kind of our resident expert on slope stability in town.
So this property is associated with a mapped ancient landslide area, but at the same time, the soils report for this did start a plan check process on the previous applicant, and we did not see any concerns for that. So a lot of the ancient landslides were queried where they were questionable. I don't remember if this one was queried or not, but ultimately the development of Broadmoor was also a very large queried slide that was all fixed. And so it graded out with that development. So during the first plan check of the soils report for this site, we did not see anything that would raise our eyebrows to any concerns for gross slope stability.
So looking at the back piece of the property, is that there's like 10 feet or so piece of property from the property lines before the wall starts or whatever is that because is that an off slope, a down slope?
Yeah, it does slope down in the rear there, and then there's an old alley, which is that an unimproved alley back there, which I believe has some utilities in it. But my understanding from the geologist on the site, they were wishing to stay away from the slope as much as possible, mostly for slope stability. And San Clemente is known for our soil creep, where it expands, it goes higher. When it dries out, it settles, and over time, it kind of pulls downhill. And so as much as you can creep your improvements away from that, most geologists like to do that.
Okay, thanks. My next has to do with pickleball, basketball. That's not under our purview. And have we seen any application for the pool or pickleball area? Those are separate permits?
No, that would be included in their submittal for a building permit application.
Okay, because is there anything in these drawings that show lights? Either it's so minimal that I don't see it, or I've got bad eyesight. Is there anything that says light standard?
The lighting, I recall, I believe is low height, along some
It's not pole
low garden
lighting?
walls. I don't recall any, again, pole lighting or some.
Okay, it's on the ground?
To clarify, Commissioner, we do see the sports court and the pool there, right? But as far as further review of it, it'll be upon the building permit.
So the lighting is on the little wall there?
Bottom left image.
Let me chime in just real quick on that
Okay.
very subject. Am I correct that on your plans, it says pool to be under separate permit? Thank you. So it's under a separate permit.
Yeah, but not the little, yeah. Pergola, I'm not really over happy about that. CEQA, we can talk about later. The soil, I think probably is sort of adequate. In terms of easement, easements are pretty historical in most cities, that when something's going to happen, the city wants an easement. Whether or not construction happens always seems to be up to the city manager or somebody. I'm not really excited about, the easement, because I think it's fair for the city to ask for an easement, whether or not the construction is to happen at the time of the, property being built. You can leave it up to the appeals process. And my last comment, not asking staff, is one house is 90 feet, one house is 76 feet back. Is that correct?
Correct.
And this one's 45 feet.
Correct.
Those are all my questions right now.
Again, I'm just trying to make sure we're all comfortable moving into discussion and that you have the information you need. Are there questions of staff? Anyone would like to make? Commissioner McCann?
Yeah, CEQA was brought up. How did staff make the determination on CEQA? Or what went into the consideration for that?
So as we know, there are a number of categorical exemptions that the city can use whenever a project is deemed a project under CEQA. In this case, we went with section 15303, that's class 3, which is for new construction or conversions of small structures. And under that section, it includes new single-family residences in urbanized areas, which is what we have here. There are exceptions that wouldn't make the project eligible to be deemed categorically exempt. One of them is if the city finds that there is a significant impact to a historic resource with regards to its significance. And that's not what staff is finding. So we went with class 3 as well with the categorical exemption.
Thank you. No further questions.
Vice Chair Camp?
On that same issue of the slope stability, is that something that can trigger the CEQA environmental review. I understand the process, which is to evaluate the quality of the soil, and then the geotechnical engineer recommends an appropriate foundation that works with the soil, but is that an item that can fall in that category? Is that a clear question?
I'll ask Jonathan, see if he can chime in on this one.
Sure, I can respond to that. So in the same section of the CEQA guidelines that we addressed the historic resource component, there's another exception classification just regarding location generally. And so any agency can decline something that would normally be exempt if there's special locational criteria that come into play. So specific environmental resources or hazards of critical concern. But typically these need to be, and I'll read this, where designated, precisely mapped, and officially adopted pursuant to law by federal, state, or local agencies. So typically that exception is going to apply if the city, for instance, says, we're aware that this location on a map is like a landslide concern. And so if we have done studies that map that and identify it, then something that normally would fall under the single-family exemption could fall out of that exemption and require further environmental review. In this case, since there's not a specific or precisely mapped location, as Zach mentioned, the Quarry Ancient Landslide topic is something that really is at play with nearly all residences in the city of San Clemente. We don't see that exception to the exemption would apply.
Okay, thanks. Also, I think we heard from one of the folks that spoke that a licensed architect and a licensed landscape architect are required for a project of this nature. Is that true?
The city doesn't require a licensed architect to submit plans for consideration through the development review process. There's different considerations for certain types of development through the building division. So certain types of building permits will require certain types of licensing, and that gets reviewed at that point. This is something that happens through a number of projects where there'll be a designer that designs the project, and in some cases either a partner or sometimes even another firm that completes the final construction drawings. And in those cases, during the building plan review process, the planning division will do a comparative analysis between the conceptual plans that are reviewed in this process and the construction drawings. If there's any significant difference, or really any difference at all, there's amendment provisions in the code, and in cases where there is a modification that could be significant, staff will refer that back to a subsequent hearing. So I'm going beyond the question just to clarify that if there were modifications after the fact, those don't get approved administratively.
Yeah, that's not really my question. Is a licensed architect required for a two-story single-family residence?
For consideration in front of the Planning Commission, no.
Okay. And what about a licensed landscape architect?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Aaron, did you have anything you want to talk about over your staff?
I have a comment, but it will be during discussion.
Okay. All right, we're comfortable moving into discussion? Okay. So at this point, we're going to conclude our public hearing and move to the discussion. We, as pointed out, I think by Mr. Culbertson and maybe others, the required findings for this development permit, there are 6 of them. Proposed project is consistent with the general plan. The proposed project complies with zoning regulations. The proposed project is consistent with city design guidelines. Proposed development will not be detrimental to the public health, safety, or welfare, or materially injurious to properties and improvements in the vicinity. And the proposed project is in character and compatible with the properties in the neighborhood, and the proposed project will not have negative visual or physical impacts upon historic structure. So that is what we'll be discussing. Who wants to start us off? Commissioner Prescott Loeffler, thank you for leading the conversation.
It just so happens that's where my comment will be. I can find A, B, C, and D. I cannot find E and F. And when I go back onto, in our books here, I think it's page 5, not mimicking adjacent architecture and avoid creating a false sense of history. That really resonates with me, that we would discourage and actually accuse someone of being imposter of a beautiful home such as Ole Hansen Homes. And that does bother me. So I would have to say that pretty much the pergola would not be compatible and not be within character of the neighborhood. And I think more than anything, that would distract from the home next door to it. And that would be a major distraction. I think you would see that mass. And I do believe, as I see the story poles, as I have studied it on this page, that it would actually block a view of that beautiful window. And so I do have a problem with that. It is a massive project, and I think it would have a negative visual impact because it is set so close, and it does not have, in my opinion, the appropriate setback. I think 45 feet is not far enough. If it was moved back and the pergola reduced, it would blend easier. You did a great job on the garage. You can barely notice the garage, but you wouldn't notice the garage because of the pergola, because that's what you'd be looking at anyway. So I am greatly disturbed by the discouragement of going with a Spanish style. I think we did a disservice there. I don't know how or where that came from, but I'm very disappointed that on this piece of property that we can't see some sort of tribute to our culture, to our city. And that concludes my comments.
Okay, so my takeaway is you've got E and F as concerns, and it relates to two factors, the pergola and the setback in general. And
Character, yes.
okay, and that, okay, thanks. Anyone else want to go next?
I'll go. Style is something I don't think you can enforce. I mean, I would love to sing the Spanish colonial revival. That would just be my comment. I do think probably we need to talk about the front yard setback because the backyard is quite large, and I think there is some, room to move it back. I have concerns about, well, not concerns, but the pickleball court, the pool, they could all be sort of rearranged. The pergola, I don't know if I want to argue about it. It's just not something I would choose. CEQA, I think, would be an enormous expense for this, one property, and I don't think it meets the guidelines. I think enough history investigation has been done on it. I just want to make sure the soil study, what that said, and I'm sure the city has probably looked at it or will be looking at it. And the easement, I don't have a problem with. So that's my comments.
Commissioner Davis, and then we'll go to Commissioner Crandall after Davis.
Okay. So I just went through a permit process on trying to, it's been 3 years, trying to get my house remodeled, and I realized I had to fit inside a box. The box is the box, and you have to comply, and there's not much variance in compliance, okay? So being that the setback requirement is 25 feet and we're getting 45, I appreciate that. as much as anything that concerns me, I mean, pergola, give or take it, you know, that's a design thing. It'd probably be nice to tighten it up, shorten it a little bit. But as we see in the more western historical property, I forgot the name of it, but you could do a lot of damage with landscape. I mean, we could cover this entire, every historical house we have with landscape. So is there a way we could do like a landscape restriction to allow that visual to come out in that view or you know, of that window to be protected? I'm concerned about landscape as much as I am this whole project. And I think, yeah, that's it.
Jonathan, could you comment on enforcement of the approved landscape plan?
Yes, and I'll pull up on the screen the conceptual landscape plan that was submitted while I talk about this. So anytime that we go through a discretionary process that involves site components like landscaping, the landscape plan is a component of that exhibit. So there's a couple of recommended conditions of approval tied to this landscape exhibit. If approved in this format, then the property owners, whether it's this property owner or a subsequent property owner, is bound to this approved plan. So if they are looking at making modifications, if they don't, the future property owners, for instance, don't like the tree that was approved through the landscape review process, they want to put a different tree in, they do have to request modification to this approved plan. So the Commission is certainly welcome to make recommendations or modifications to any of the conditions of approval that staff have inserted as placeholders to, which were placed with that in mind, to consider that landscaping could have an impact on that view corridor that we've been trying to protect.
Thank you. First, I want to comment and commend Jonathan on his staff report, and I was very impressed with the Commissioner's questions so far, and shows that you've done your homework. A lot of the items I was going to talk on have already been brought up, which is wonderful. And I just want to say on my site observations when I went and saw the story poles, that as you approach 2043 La Cuesta Goldschmidt residence, only the arched window wall of the living room is visible, which is, as the applicant said, a side yard elevation. It's not the front elevation. Nobody's talked about the front elevation, and it is superb, and I think is as historic and important as that one window wall. The massing of the main building cannot be, only becomes visible as you continue up La Cuesta past this project site. The story poles did show a small visual encroachment by the covered entry walk structure, reducing visibility of the arched window from down below. Yes, it is elevation-wise low, but you're looking up at it. And if that could be either revised, pulled back, or pull the house back 5 feet, whatever, to make that not impact that wall at all, I think it would be more tolerable for approval. One thing we did find out just recently, the Secretary of Interior standards do allow some visual encroachments of historic elements as long as they are not significant. This was reinforced by the 2 historic preservation specialists that recently reviewed the hotel restaurant project we just saw, and having some impact on the Century 21 building, in their view, was tolerable as long as there was other parts that were seen, which was a side. And I think we've certainly protected the front elevation. There's no impact there. And I don't think the masses actually compete with each other, because you have to pass this house to see the Goldschmidt house. And when you're in front of the Goldschmidt house, that's down below you. So it's a discretionary decision to make, and I find that I can make that decision, that it's not overwhelming in scale. As far as the setbacks are concerned, once again, this is just notes I had made before the meeting. Avenida La Cuesta cannot be seen from the public right-of-way, so it is somewhat a moot point. That's 233. You can't really see the setback or even relate to it, since it's totally obscured by landscaping, and I haven't heard any call from historic advocates that that should be removed and make way for a view from the public right-of-way. And I'm not sure it's appropriate either. So that's a point that I think I've struggled with. The Goldschmidt residence main house setback is not visible visible until you are at partially past this project site. And once again, that's a discretionary. Design review guideline compliance, looking at the neighborhood as a whole, the project is in keeping with the neighborhood. Setback is in keeping with the neighborhood. The style is contrasting to the historic home, which is allowed. It may not be preferred, but our code says that is a discretionary decision also. What is the most important decision is that it be good architecture. In other words, if somebody came in, if Frank Lloyd Wright came in and said, I want to put a house here in my favorite style, would we be saying, no, don't do it? It's taking away from the historic house. And I think this actually is a pretty good example of this style. We don't have the big name of the designer, but he sure did a good job. So I'm comfortable with the, even though it's a discretionary decision, to say that that style, although not akin to the Spanish colonial revival, is good architecture and could be considered compatible. The site stabilization, the concerns about construction affecting the integrity of the Goldschmidt residence is not actually a planning issue. It is the responsibility of building engineering and code enforcement. However, we could approve a condition of approval calling attention to that concern. It may also be possible to see if a bond could be required for protection of those highs and guarantee the funds would be there to provide any unanticipated conditions where additional work would have to be done to further protect those residences. I believe that at DRC level, the applicant said that the sports court was not necessarily going to be a pickleball court. Since the city has no guidelines for pickleball in residential zones, I request that all references to pickleball be removed from this application and the drawings, and that handled under a separate permit and under separate review. Let's see, engineering compliance with the best practice for engineering drainage and soils is handled by the city engineer. Approval tonight does not in any way guarantee that the engineering will be accepted or can be accomplished. It's just saying, give it your best shot and engineering will review it. If they are comfortable with it, then it's accepted. We are not engineers here. We've got a couple of architects on the board here. Yes. But I think that's important. There was one other thing I wanted to say. Site observations. And going through all this, I just want to say that we were given all sorts of emails, some from other cities, etc. And it's important to remember that we are not reviewing this project under any other city standards or requirements as much as we might like to.
If San Clemente wants to change the requirements and their documents, that is reserved at the time when the city is updating or revising its general plan or guidelines, not during a project review. Also remember, the documents this project is being reviewed under are not staff requirements. They are the city residents' requirements. Staff is tasked with implementing and interpreting what the current governing documents say, as is the commission, and we should respect, value, and be glad we have such qualified staff and work with them to our mutual benefit, because it seemed that they were being unwarranted criticism of their decision-making, and I wanted to make sure that's on the record. So as far as the conditions that we have to make, the determinations, I agree with previous members. The proposed project is consistent with the general plan. The proposed project complies with zoning regulations. Yes, the proposed project is consistent with the design guideline standards. It is discretionary review, and I think that finding can be made. The proposed development will not be detrimental to public health, safety, or welfare, or materially injurious to properties or improvements in the vicinity. I think that was one we had concerns with, and I think pickleball should be removed, as well as the understanding that any engineering issues will be solved at the next level. We can't solve engineering problems here. The proposed project is in character and compatible with the properties in the neighborhood, absolutely. The proposed project will not have negative visual or physical impacts on the historic structures. It will have some impact, there's no doubt about it. Is it significant enough to deny the project? I'll wait till the final comments are made, but at this point, I'm not convinced that it makes that, reaches that level. But if the applicant offered to move the house back an amount that they are comfortable with and we are comfortable with, I would certainly consider that as working with the public and commission. So I will make my final decision after discussion is over.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner Crandall. Steve, you want to go next?
Sure.
Vice Chair Camp?
I think it's probably worthwhile to provide some context in terms of the review that we did at the Design Review Subcommittee. We received an initial submittal application. We reviewed it, and really we felt like we didn't have enough information. We didn't have enough context, and so we requested that the applicant come back. So they did come back. We also made a couple other suggestions, but they came back a little bit later and had provided renderings, which were very helpful in terms of giving us that context. We're able to see, the initial submittal just had the proposed design shown without its context to the two neighboring properties. So when they came back, they did provide the renderings that are shown in our packet. And I think that they were convincing in terms of, you know, I don't want to get into all the details, and I think that Commissioner Crandall made some good points that I agree with. But I believe that the style of the architecture can actually act as a foil, or as a, foil I think is a good word, for the historic building. And that was, we were able to see that with the renderings that they provided. And I think, you know, one of the things I like to do is when I look at these renderings, first of all, make sure that it seems realistic. And secondly, kind of squint your eyes and look at the structure that we're trying to preserve in terms of the view, and determine whether there's an impact And the fact that it's sort of low-lying, it's horizontal. The reason I mentioned the white stucco is because I think the earth tones are helpful in terms of setting up the view of the historic structure, especially the Goldschmidt house, which is really the only one you can see. So I would suggest not using the white bands because I think they take away from the historic structure, even though the design does work, I think, next to it. Another thing I want to mention is we've been looking at this site plan, this plan view of the 3 homes, including the center one, the proposed one. And the encroachment, the biggest encroachment is this pergola. And I think that if you look at it, it's kind of a, it sticks out in the front. And if you remove that or modify it, then really the setbacks are pretty similar on all 3 homes. It just sort of drew a line between the 2 historic homes. And really the only thing that encroaches is that pergola. And though I may like that pergola in a different context, I think that it's problematic. And we did mention that in the design review subcommittee. It was the applicant's choice not to do anything with that, to come back and leave it. I think that landscape, a couple of things about landscape. One is that it is low-lying landscape. It's natural. I think it's compatible with this home, and it won't block the view of the historic residence on either side. It only gets to a certain height. But I think that there's an opportunity to set up the entry with landscape and with sort of a hierarchy of landscape instead of using architecture, the pergola. I think for me, that's my biggest problem, is the fact that that's encroaching. Without that, and maybe Dustin, you could save that for one of your other projects, but for this one, I don't think it's appropriate. And we did mention that in the design review subcommittee. I think that would be a good compromise to get you back within the setback and generally similar to the setbacks of either homes. I agree with Commissioner Davis that we appreciate the fact that you're willing to push the house back. And I think if it's 45 now, if I'm not mistaken, it's going to be closer to 55 if you eliminate that pergola. Correct me if I'm wrong, but that's the part that's sticking out in the front, in the center where those steps are. So, in terms of the landscape, it's a very simple palette, but I believe it is compatible because the landscape, especially for the Goldschmidt residence, there is a variety of plant types and materials. Also, I think those are appropriate because they're pretty well set in terms of the height and the front elevation and the view of the Goldschmidt house is preserved with the landscape. As a matter of fact, I think it's really beautiful the way it's set up by the landscape. So for me, I generally agree with Commissioner Crandall that I can make these findings, but only with the removal of that pergola. I think it needs to go. And I think that would make a big difference.
Could I ask a follow-up question since you're from the design review? The original floor plan for the house before that they had approval for, so that did not have that pergola. It wasn't in that footprint. It was behind that footprint. And that was already approved.
Right.
And what was the setback on that house? Without,
Probably plus 10 feet without
about the 50.
from what I gathered.
Yeah, that's why looking at these things in plan view can be deceptive, especially since the finished floor for this house is 12 feet lower, I believe, than the finished floor for the Goldschmidt residence. Because, the pergola is even lower than that, but it does have an impact. There's no question.
It's like a first story.
Yeah.
It's 10 feet.
It's a single-story element.
The single story.
And, it was obviously the applicant's choice. And, we could say, depending on what the other commissioners agree to, we could ask the applicant if they're willing to remove that element before rejecting the project, if that's the direction that we're going to go. That's what I would suggest. Anyway, that's all I have for now.
Okay. Commissioner McCann, did you want to give us your thoughts, please?
Sure. I apologize in advance because this is in no way cohesive. This is a whole bunch of different thoughts that I've had, so it's not going to necessarily flow in some beautiful order. I can make all the findings easily. You know, we talk about compatibility. This is a single-family home in a neighborhood of single-family homes. They talked about estate lots. This is a current modern estate. Compatibility does not mean architectural similarity or identicalness. But, you know, the applicant provided a study, I don't know what its formal name is, relative of a whole bunch of different homes in the neighborhood and their architectural diversity. It's very architecturally diverse, the neighborhood. The Goldschmidt home is beautiful, absolutely beautiful. It's not beautiful from the corner of Patera de Oro and La Cresta. It's spectacular when you're standing in front of it. And I don't know about the other one, the other home. I mean, it's completely enshrouded by trees. I mean, completely. So, you know, it certainly does zero to detract from that house. And I think it does zero to detract from Goldschmidt House. In fact, I think this enhances the Goldschmidt House. The Goldschmidt House sits up, you know, higher on a prominent location, and this house is, this lot is below it. I think it's disingenuous that they say that this house is going to block the view of the Goldschmidt House or impede it, when the Goldschmidt House has let their landscaping grow up and block the view of the Goldschmidt House from the residents with their own landscaping. They went out and trimmed the trees. The arch window that they talk so much about was almost not visible, blocked by landscaping, up until about 3 weeks ago, when they trimmed it back. And so in the materials, some of the photos, the more current photos with the story poles show that you can see the top of the arch and then a lot of the volume of the window. But prior photos show that there was vegetation blocking it. Even in the view study, photo documentation provided by applicant shows that even in front of the Goldschmidt House, there's agaves and other things that block the majority of the view of the home. You kind of have to go up, even higher up the elevation, where you can look down the driveway where you can really get a good view of it. And it's spectacular. I love it. I walk there at least once a week. And I always appreciate it. You know, I've heard talk about that arched window as being, you know, kind of a side window, and that's true. Compared to the front of the home, it's you know, it's not architecturally comparable to the front of the home. The front of the home is overwhelmingly great. Staff, in their staff report, said there would be no visible or physical impacts per staff. That was their determination. And they found it compliant with general plan, design guidelines, and zoning code. I agree. I personally don't think there's any problem whatsoever with the front setback. I think the issue more would be the angle, like the red line versus the blue line or whatever, which the applicant respected. I think that I don't want to ask the applicant to push his home back, because the Hollywood Regency House, you know, with their vegetation and landscaping, blocks any opportunity for view in that direction. So just pushing this home back arbitrarily, if you push it back 5 feet, how much difference is that going to make? The house is still going to be there. We're just penalizing the applicant. The Vice Chair Camp, what you said, I agree wholeheartedly about the architecture. This architecture, I think it's great. I like it, but it's not distracting. And if anything, like I said, it sets up the Goldschmidt house. It's the horizontalness, the earth tones. There's no big defining feature that draws your eye. If you compare it to the Romney residence that was approved, I mean, this is 10 times better. I think the applicant should be thanking the Goldschmidt people and the historic people should be thanking the Moses people for what they're proposing and how they're proposing it and how they're respecting the view lines and the landscaping they're proposed, which is low. Many proposed designs could be much worse. This doesn't distract from their home. I'm fine with the sports courts. I can make the findings. And lastly, based on everything I heard here from the people that are against the existing proposal, it would be impossible to build anything on that lot that would make everybody here happy. I've heard, oh, push it back 20 feet, push it back 10 feet, push it back 5 feet, change the side yard setbacks. What about the soil? The soil is going to be worked out by the engineering and the building department. So I'm in favor of the home as proposed.
Thank you, Commissioner McCann. First of all, I'd like to thank everybody for coming out tonight. We're going long here. What time is it? 8:45? Started at 6? It's almost 3 hours. That to me shows commitment on the part of the neighbors to keep their neighborhood high quality, and they care. So I want to thank you all for being here, your comments tonight. I thought they were respectful, and they were in your own self-interest, and that's fine. That's allowed. That's what you're supposed to do. So I think they were appropriate. I want to thank my colleagues for their insights and comments tonight. I thought those were also professional, in line with what our job is tonight, which is to evaluate an application as it relates to our city rules, which include the general plan, zoning, and design guidelines. We're interpreting. That's what we do. And so I'm going to draw on what I heard and kind of go through the 6. I did not hear any concerns about the general plan consistency or zoning, and I agree that those are consistent. Design guidelines, I did hear consistency there with kind of an asterisk on the pergola. And that pergola, I think, is probably more reflective of the concerns on the maybe compatibility. I feel like this home is going to be the kind of home that maybe today we have concerns about that have been expressed, but the idea would be, where do you think you'll be 5 years from now? And the expression of a modern architecture here, I think, is well done. It is not over the top. I believe the previous application had a lot of visual elements. This one does not have. This one is flat. It's straight lines, it's rectangles. The visual elements are just in its sleekness, its earth tones, its actual lack of distraction is the feature of it. Its simplicity. Whereas the previous one, I think, had expressions that were very large, very loud, and I think would have been more of a clash with our historical properties than this one is. So what I'd like to do is see where we can, where everybody's head's at in terms of the things that I heard. I heard removing the white bands. Staff, I'd like to know if some of these things are within our ability to do. Can we ask that the design be modified to things like remove the pergola, remove the white bands, remove references to pickleball court on the sports court? Can we do that?
Yeah, all of those things are within Planning Commission's purview to insert as either new conditions or modified conditions of approval, and then clarification if the commission with those conditions votes on approval, the applicant has 30 days as a standard condition to accept or not accept those conditions, but if they, the approval of the project is contingent upon acceptance of those conditions.
I see. Yeah, can we engage in like a straw poll with the applicant on these things?
I defer that question to the city attorney just on the timing of whether we need to reopen the public hearing.
Yes, we would need to reopen the public hearing, but that is fine if you want to engage.
Okay, you want to do that?
Hey, Chair? Chair?
Yeah.
Okay. Why don't we, what did you say?
Let's just impose it and approve it with those conditions.
Yeah, and I was going to say, if anything, take a straw poll amongst us.
Yeah.
And then.
Okay, let me go one by one. Okay, let me do one by one. Removal of the bans, who would be supportive of that?
So, by that, make them earth tone?
I'm sorry?
Go to earth tone colors.
Earth tone colors. On the bands,
Without the
okay.
contrast.
Just the same color.
Yeah.
In favor?
Good, okay. How about the removal of the pergola? Good? No? Yes?
Removal or modification?
What do you, Bart, what would you recommend on this?
Currently, it sticks out, what, 10 feet-ish? If they could back it off, if 5 or whatever, to just get it out of view of that wall, that would be a wonderful,
Bring it back to closer to the original that was approved?
that makes it closer to the original, yeah.
So what is that, 5 feet or 6 feet? What is the distance? So instead of having a 10-foot pergola, it would be a 4-foot pergola,
Or 5.
or 5?
I'd say halfway would be great.
Okay,
Then that would give the setback, the added feet, at 50 feet.
50 feet, in effect.
And it wouldn't be a focal point.
Yeah, my observation is when you're down at the very corner, at the bottom of the street, you would see, looking up at the historic home, you would, that you can see, you can't see the one on the bottom, but the one you can see, you would see that pergola. If you put it back 5 feet, I do believe you wouldn't see it. But once you move about 10 to 15 feet up the street, the new home, it practically disappears, and you're looking strictly at the Goldsmith house, so.
Because of that,
Really-
I think it might not even be worth a condition, because you take 10 steps up, it takes it out of the way.
I think it's worth the condition.
Okay, then we could go.
I think it goes to more or less the negative visual impact. I think it softens it. And I feel like it would be an appropriate step to take, given the concerns we've heard tonight, to soften it. And I think 5 feet's a compromise.
So
So it
just to
still
be,
remains as a feature, it's just shorter.
so to be explicitly clear, you're saying propose shortening the pergola 5 feet from the home based on what's in the plans right now.
5 feet from the street.
From the street.
Well, 5 feet
Pull
further
it
back
in,
from the
pull it
street.
in. Yeah.
Right,
Which
exactly.
would give that corner, where that arch window is, you would have more visibility of that.
From further back. Yeah, once you're level with the very edge of the Moses property line coming up the street,
It wouldn't be competing.
it's all about the Goldsmith house at that point. You can look over to the left and see the Goldsmith house, but if you're looking straight up the street, your view is unobstructed. The story polls did, in my view, that's what it showed me.
It does look obstructed.
Yeah, it's unobstructed once you're up the street that far. Okay, so where are we on restricting at 50%?
Well, no, 5 feet.
5
Let's
feet.
be specific.
5 feet, yes.
I would prefer not to, but if that's what it takes to get it done, I'd be a yes.
You'll be amenable, okay.
Chair, could I just insert one quick clarification for the record?
Please.
Referring to sheet G5, the current setback dimension to the back of the pergola, so where the pergola attaches to the house, is at about 48 feet. So I just wanted to provide that clarification because a couple different numbers were thrown out. And so that doesn't relate to the proposed dimension you're talking about. I just wanted to add that note.
How long was the pergola?
The pergola is not dimensioned on this sheet, but it's about 10 feet.
Dustin, how far is that pergola? Is that 10 feet? 11.7.
Okay, and our setback is set to what? Street curb to beginning of the pergola or the face of the house?
Because it's at an angle.
Can I just point something out I didn't get to say earlier, which is not pergola related, but when Commissioner Camp was talking about all the lines are kind of in line, if you look at his sketch, that's kind of generally true, but this lot, the applicant's lot, is disadvantaged because the street curves in that location. But I just wanted to point that out.
Okay. So the pergola is 11 feet, 7 inches. You're the architect. You guys, I think you guys should.
I was gonna, what I was gonna suggest, because maybe they want to keep the pergola. If they do, just move it back to the red line where it starts.
Move back the whole home.
Yeah, I mean, if they like the design.
Their option.
Move the pergola back to the red line, which might be what, 5, 10 feet?
So you're suggesting
Still have the same
move,
design.
so you're suggesting move the house.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think they want to do that, but
Nothing's
that's,
built right now.
Yeah, I guess.
Nothing's built right now, and all that
we
would
make it
do
their we
is
can
they
give
would
it- make it
lose
their
a little bit in
option.
their backyard. There's lots
you know,
empty right now.
let's talk about the intent of the pergola. It's to identify the entry, right? It's a very horizontal house. And it's hard to tell looking at it, especially with the garage being completely hidden, where the entry is. So I think there's an attempt to define the entry so that it's clear from the street. So I think you can accomplish that by reducing the depth of that element. Redesign it if you need to, and keep it low, because, you know, you see all these big McMansions with these massive arches and stuff. And this at least is a sensitive solution for identifying the entry. But it sticks out, and it does, as Karen mentioned, it does block that window at a certain angle. So to me, it seems to be a good compromise to go back 5 feet. He's got 11, I think he said 11 feet 7.
Okay.
Okay, good, because we don't want to design this thing for you.
All right, so
Yes,
we're
you
pulling
can
back
do
the
that.
pergola 5 feet. Next straw poll item is removing all references in the design to a pickleball court.
Agreed.
Good. Okay. Did I miss anything?
Bond.
The bond. The bond for the grading, just in the event that there is any, is that what? Let's ask our legal counsel what she
So
says
I
about
think
that.
that is already covered if you take a look at 3.9.
I did see something in their conditions about a bond. Is that 3.9?
I believe that would cover what you are looking for there.
There is a
but
financial
if you need
security
to amend that in any way.
requirement. Zach, did you want to speak to this?
So our grading code does require a bond if required by the city engineer. We do require it on all projects.
Okay.
And it's basically a bond, though, to ensure that the work on site is completed. and if that way a site's not abandoned and you're leaving a hole in the ground or improvements in an unsafe condition. From what Mr. Crandall was saying, though, it sounds like more of a bond to monitor the neighboring property. If that's the case, that is something where you're now talking about staff going in and doing a forensic investigation before and after and during. That's something we do not do. And that's not what our bond is for. That's how at least I heard Mr. Crandall's kind of comment.
I'll let Bart answer that.
Yeah, it's not a completion bond that I'm looking for. I've seen it on other projects where there is shoring adjacent to high-rises and whatnot, where if any damage is done, there's money there. Basically, it's an insurance policy to guarantee that it's no damage occurs. It, unfortunately, is usually after the fact. But the money's there to fix it. So they couldn't walk away from the job and not protect the other properties. And maybe the completion bond does that, but I'm not sure. That's not my expertise.
Yeah, I think we're assuming that engineering is gonna do their job, and they're gonna review the geotechnical, and the structural engineer, as you know, has to certify their design based on the geotechnical findings, and the geotechnical engineer does as well. So, I mean, if we were within a couple feet of the property line, it'd be one thing, but we have,
18
on one side, we have 73 feet between the home, and that's the Campbell residence, and then it's 18, over 18 feet between the proposed house and the Goldschmidt, and that's just right on.
That's only that one corner.
It's just right on the corner, so I don't see the need. I mean, I think that's what the job.
I want to make sure that if there is a problem, it doesn't have to go to litigation, that the money's there and the Goldschmidts are guaranteed that it'll be repaired or additional protection will be provided.
Commissioner?
And I don't know how that's accomplished, and maybe we just give staff the direction to work that out.
Commissioner, how does that work? Like, I mean, they can claim, oh, this damage was done, but it could be existing. And how do?
You have to do an inspection before.
But the project.
Then we're imposing that the neighbors let the applicant on their property and to do an inspection. We're imposing the condition on a neighbor to let them in.
They don't have to accept it.
So then if they don't accept them going in, then Moses just has to take their word for it that damage was made?
That's the problem.
I like the thought, but this is a 2-year project. What if something naturally would have happened anyway?
Wouldn't this be a surety bond?
Yes.
And that's typical in construction.
I say we leave it up to engineering.
Not in residence.
I'm a no.
Zach, what normally happens when you've got something like this, where you've got grading that's gonna happen and there's concern about adjacent issues?
So the bond will go in and it covers the grading work. It'll cover the shoring if there's any required. It covers those retaining wall work. If there's a dispute then that there's damage from a neighboring property, that's a civil matter between them and the contractor and owner of the construction site. The city doesn't have that right to go on the neighbor's property to start investigating. And we shouldn't, one of the first things I was always taught, we're not to be the judge. And we're not to be the police between two parties.
But the surety
I'll
bond
defer to
would
the city
be,
attorney on this one.
the surety bond refers to arbitration, so it's not like we would be involved in something like that. It just guarantees that there would be an arbitration method if there was a problem.
But our release of the grading bond doesn't ask for a release from the neighboring property owners. It never really has.
It's not really, I don't think engineering has to even get involved in it. I mean, this is something that the applicant would have to either post the bond or get the surety bond and with arbitration, and the Moses's, if they choose to accept it, great. If not, then nothing happens. But I want to make sure they're protected.
Would that not involve, I think, to a sense,
guess we'll reopen for this response.
I think per McCann's, Commissioner McCann's response, it would involve us having to do a pertinent study of that home to determine its current condition. One of the comments made to us by the residents was that the drilling made by LGC, I just want to remind that LGC is your guys' consultant for geotechnical evaluations in the city of Sanctimony. He is who we have used to do the soils report and do the slope stability analysis, part of which involved sending a man 70 feet down into the ground, give or take, to analyze the bottom of the slope at the rear of the property. At the drilling of this, there was a comment made by one of the Goldschmidt residents that had caused cracks on their home. I had relayed this to Kevin, to the LGC. I mean, something like that is, you can't measure that and is highly unlikely. So in an event where we were to set up a bond that would protect the Goldschmidt residents, there would be no way for us to actually, and then the Moses would be forced to then conduct a very serious study of the existing Goldschmidt residents, which would be expensive. And then it's an old home, so there could be, within this 2-year construction period, like Mr. Davis said, like there could be any natural disaster that would then hold the Moses liable for any damages occurring to that home. So I think there's already a level of irrationality with this development. So something like that would open up the platform for the Moses to be taken advantage of for anything that occurred in that period of construction.
Can I add something, Chair?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, Commissioner McCann.
In order for, to my understanding, a proposed bond, like Commissioner Crandall is, bringing up, could only get released with the owners of the Goldschmidt homes concurrence that, okay, yes, no damage was done, and they could just hold it forever, forcing the Moses applicant to pay on their bond forever. I mean, this is just, I think it's not good. There's a lot of adequate protection in place, and ultimately it's a civil issue between the two parties.
Yeah.
That's my feeling.
You're just, the practicality of the administration, you're saying, is not within the bounds of what the city's structured to do.
Yes.
Well, they're already saying
Commissioner
that
Crandall,
they're,
are you prepared to?
I would just like a comment in minutes that the city review the possibility of protecting the Moseses on that, and if it can't be done, it can't be done. And it doesn't have to be a condition of approval. It would be a direction to staff just to review it, and if there is a way to do it, great. If not, we do our due
I gave the
diligence.
opportunity for Mr. Morris to speak. The attorney would like, let me recognize you for a minute. Do you want to come up and speak on behalf of the?
while he's coming up, remind me that there was an offer to provide some sort of funding or something if something was damaged? Was that not shared in some of the testimony here?
I didn't hear that.
Okay.
Right, so I think the comments are well resonated, which absent the assurances, everything's going to be on the back end, right? If something happens now, who's responsible? Was it pre-existing? What was the true nature? There's now empirical information that there was a report of cracking caused by the soil study. That's why you can't reach a CEQA exemption, and that's why you do the environmental impact report ahead of time.
He's arguing on something different, Chair.
No, because in the end, if the expense is massive, it's going to be much less in the study period, which is now, that's why an EIR is undertaken. As to the bonding, there is liability under the civil code on lateral and subjacent support. There is responsibility. So I appreciate the board considering how we're going to shore up that kind of security, because everything else is going to be after the fact. The EIR and the exemption finding, which I didn't see the Planning Commission really speak to, is one of the conditions. The city has recommended that it be found exempt. I don't think you have the evidence. I think you have contra-evidence as to why EIR is necessary. Thank you.
Chair, he's talking about CEQA, not the bonding issue. I just want to point that out.
I understand. Okay, I think we've probably discussed that enough, and you've made your statement, so it doesn't sound like we're going to be able to put anything in here for that tonight. Doesn't sound like we're going to be able to do that. So we're left with the earth tone from the white to the earth tone, the removal, the pickleball, the pergola going down from 5 feet from the curb, from the front of the house. Is there anything else that we need to do tonight on this?
Yeah, we didn't address the sidewalk.
Okay.
And I'd just like to
Ideas?
add to the record that I concur with staff's finding or determination that this is categorically exempt. But yeah, on this, we didn't just discuss the sidewalk issue.
Okay. Yeah, I thought you did, Gary, but Brent?
I think we could do, just make sure there's an easement in place, and then they could apply for, with the city manager to postpone the development of that.
Right.
If at their will.
And I don't think we need to make any
Father-
changes to the existing
Yeah, that's
condition for that to occur.
I agree with that.
So I think we can just
Is that
leave
right?
it.
And then one other thing, we were talking about, it's required that at least one tree be put in on the like front apron. Do we need to address what type of tree that might be, Jonathan? Or, I mean, can we minimize, can we exclude that tree so it doesn't block
The park, yeah, I don't,
the parkway?
is that a city, where's that condition that they need to install a city, parkway tree? Is that a condition on this project?
There's a couple conditions related to landscaping. David can comment on those.
All right.
And I'm going to pull up the information about the specific tree that's currently proposed.
Okay.
Yes, Commissioner Cosgrove, that would be, let me see, condition. So there's two related to landscaping. The first one is 4.6. That's the one that requires the applicant work with staff to place the trees in a way where they preserve the intended view that we've been discussing tonight.
So that's referred to as code-required trees in front yard setback.
Right, which is what Commissioner Davis mentioned right now.
Can we, and your recommendation is remove that, strike that out?
Can we strike that out? The tree being required?
Because that, and your rationale being that your feeling is that that would actually
Block.
yeah, would be a contributing factor to blocking the view.
Yes.
Okay.
Could comment on that? So it is required, every single-family property, residential property must provide that 15-gallon tree per every 25 lineal feet of front line. I think that's the way the code reads. So even if we remove it, it'll still be required. This condition allows the applicants to work with staff and again, to preserve that view.
So minimal tree. Oh, we're good then.
Or provide a substitute, or does it have to be a tree? Can they provide a substitute?
It must be a tree, the way the
And
code is.
there's no way around that. We can't let them out of that.
Jonathan's got an idea what kind of tree.
Yeah, I think the best solution is to condition if you have a preferred type of tree. But whenever we're talking about code standards, when the code explicitly says X is required, that needs to be provided unless there's a variance or a reason to not have that. That's not something that we're considering tonight. So I would say that the trees do need to be provided.
Okay.
But the commission could consider alternatives or to the trees, or recommend that the
That's what I was-
applicant place the trees in a certain location along the front. There's not the code does not specify that they need to be evenly spaced along the frontage. So if you prefer a certain location, that could be considered.
Chair, can I make a suggestion?
Yes.
I think staff is perfectly capable on this issue. If we said, staff take special, add a condition or modify the condition to say staff, pay special attention in selecting the tree species and location in order to minimize visual impact of, I think it's 243, and just let them do it.
And it does say that in a manner which is sensitive to the intended preserved view of the residence located at 243, so I think it's in.
Okay, so it's
Yeah,
And staff does use Pat Murphy, our city landscape architect, to
So I-
really delve into these, and he's very good and knows the city, and I would trust him to
okay.
make those
Do
decisions.
we have anything else then that we need to address here on this?
Commissioner Cosgrove, can I add, since we're in the landscaping topic, there's also condition number 4.7. That would be good if the commission takes a look at that. So that was added to require that the applicant provide more plant types consistent with the landscape consultant comment. Again, to avoid a monoculture throughout the
They're
site.
just asking for a variety of plant types in
Yes.
the north of the driveway.
I know there was discussion among the commission on that.
Yeah, which I'm glad you pointed that out.
Yeah, so if you,
Because I think that we agree that low-lying landscape that they're proposing is appropriate. So they don't have to necessarily put in a greater variety of plant types. I think we can strike that.
Okay. All right, so set 4.7, sounds like we'd like to remove that.
Yes.
Someone wanna make- Do you guys want me to try and make a motion, or does someone else want to make?
Please.
You got all the notes.
All right. Are we ready? Okay. All right, I will move staff recommendations and planning commission additional recommendations as follows. 1, determine that the project is categorically exempt from the requirements of the California Environmental Quality Act pursuant to the CEQA guidelines in section 15303. Class 3, new construction of or conversion of small structures, and that we adopt resolution PC 24-011 approving development of permit DP 24027 Moses residence, subject to the attached conditions of approval to include. And staff, I'm not sure how to number these, so maybe Jonathan, can I just mention them and then you guys can sequence them in the right area? Okay, so it would be, planning commission resolution would include a recommendation to make the white bands earth tone in color.
Matching with the rest of the facade.
Matching, okay, matching earth tones.
Yeah.
That would be 1. The next one would be to remove all references to pickleball court in the design. 3 would be to reduce the size of the pergola by 5 feet from the front moving backwards. Next one would be to strike condition 4.7. I believe that's it. Did I miss anything?
We left it.
No, we were leaving that alone. All right, so motion made by myself, seconded by Commissioner Davis. Staff, are you comfortable with the motion tonight?
Yes, sir.
Okay, is there any further discussion about the motion? All right, why don't we just move on down, and I'll ask for a roll call vote on this. So we'll start with Commissioner Prescott Leffler.
I feel that we had a compromise at least, so I'm a yes.
Yes. Okay, Commissioner McCann,
Aye.
Vice Chair Camp,
Aye.
Chair Pro Tem McCacken,
Aye.
Commissioner Crandall.
Aye.
Commissioner Davis.
Aye.
And Chair is an aye as well, so it does pass unanimously. There is a 10-day appeal period. So if the member, so you've got 10 days for that needs to wind down. If there's an appeal, then that would go to the City Council. All right, I'm going to conclude this item, and I'm going to just take a check. Want to take a 10-minute break?
Yes.
All right, so we'll adjourn for 10 minutes and we'll reconvene at 9:25, or as close to it as possible. Thank you again for everyone who attended and stayed for this item.
I'm impressed we all made it through 3 hours. No kidding.
these touchscreen?
Oh, it does.
Yeah. I will call us to order after our recess. Thank you, everybody. The next item on the agenda, yes, we have more items to discuss tonight, is Agenda Item 8B. It's a conditional use permit, 22-355. It's for an AT&T wireless telecommunications facility, which is a request by AT&T to remove the 2 existing rooftop wireless facilities and enclosures and then install 4 rooftop-mounted wireless facilities with a faux chimney equipment enclosure at the Comfort Inn Suites. And we have Jonathan Campa to present the staff report tonight. Jonathan, you have the floor.
Good evening. Thank you for the introduction. Yes, again, this is a request for a conditional use permit for an AT&T telecommunications facility. Just to give a little background and context on this project, it is a private property located within the mixed-use 5 zoning district. The site is the Comfort Inn Suites, which was constructed in 1992. It's a 3-story building, just about 33 feet in height, and is a contemporary Spanish design. Back in 2002, there was a conditional use permit that was approved for a rooftop wireless facility that was mentioned in the introduction by Nextel, which had similar designed enclosures as a faux chimney and were of the exact same height that's being proposed at 40 feet 8 inches in height from the top of the enclosure to the bottom of the structure. So here we have the project location, which is the Comfort Inn Suites. It encompasses the entire block along South El Camino Real. And as you can see, it's contemporary Spanish architecture as well as the location of the site. And from the aerial photo, you can see that there's a manside roof that wraps around the exterior of the structure with a roof well that allows for the mechanical equipment, including the existing wireless facilities as well as where the wireless facilities are proposed, as well as this roof well and the mansard roof allow for the proposed enclosures to be inset to help in obscuring the view of the structure. So the project scope includes the conditional use permit for the proposed wireless facilities. The equipment includes the antennas that will be located within the 4 faux chimneys. So it would be 8 antennas in total, as well as additional supporting equipment on the roof, as well as ground equipment that would be supporting the roof equipment. And so those would be located within the existing telecommunications space within the existing building. So there would be no further exterior modifications to the site. So as previously mentioned, the faux chimneys do require the conditional use permit to exceed the maximum height of 33 feet up to 40 feet 8 inches. However, that is the existing height of the wireless facilities that are there currently. So there's no increase in height of the structure than what's currently in place. Here we have the site plan illustrating the wireless locations that are on the north and south end. So the existing facilities are in these zones, and it's basically adding an additional facility on each end. As you can see, they would be inset from the roof edge with a mansard roof to again help obscure the view of these structures. Here we do have a layout of the ground equipment room within the existing building, as well as a section through the enclosures illustrating the location of the equipment and the antennas within them. Here we have the coverage maps. On the left-hand side, we have the existing coverage maps for AT&T. As you can see, there's a large deficiency there. And then you can see the propagation map on the right-hand side with the proposed facility will drastically enhance the coverage in the area. Here we have renderings of we have the existing condition on the left-hand side, as well as the proposed architectural elevation in 2D. So you can see the enclosures as they are there now are relatively simple, but a more decorative design is proposed, and that was based on feedback from the design review subcommittee, which I'll speak on further. Here we have another comparison of the existing conditions on the right-hand side, as well as the proposed conditions on the left-hand side, again illustrating a more enhanced architectural design with representation of brick and decorative elements to the feature to be more compatible with the architecture of the Spanish, contemporary Spanish structure. So here's the full elevation along South El Camino Real, illustrating the 4 locations of the proposed enclosures. And then, as stated, this project did go to design review. It first went back in March 2023 with a completely different project design, and based on the design review subcommittee feedback, the applicant revised the project and brought it back a year later. And the feedback from the design review was to create a more enhanced design for the rooftop chimney or faux chimneys, which have been incorporated in the plans and is accepted by the applicant to improve its compatibility with the architecture, as well as compliance with the wireless master plan. So with that, staff is recommending accepting of the exemption, the CEQA exemption with the 15301 and 15303 exemptions, as well as the adoption of the draft resolution before you this evening. So that concludes staff's presentation. Staff and the applicant are available for any questions you may have.
Thank you. That was well done. Any questions? Vice Chair Camp.
Will you be able to see any of the equipment, or is that completely obscured by these faux chimneys?
It'll be completely obscured.
Okay, so what is the finish material again? I don't know if did you mention that in your presentation?
So it's to represent the stucco and brick, but I think the applicant can speak to it, but I believe it's a fiberglass material that's to replicate that same material due to the reflecting the or to allow for the transmission of the wireless.
So it's like pre-finished panels?
I think they're custom.
How about if you come up to the podium there and give us your name and all that for the record, and then go ahead and answer the question.
So it'll look like tile and it'll look like stucco or brick in this case.
Yeah, I think my main concern is that with the salt air environment, that it'll hold up over time, those colors. Because it looks good, I know from a distance, but if it starts to fade, what insurance do we have that, is there a warranty on that finish? or-
Well, typically the FRP vendors guarantee that it'll last for 20 years, but, depending on the location, give or take, it can change. AT&T typically will go out periodically and check it, and we have fixed other sites for FRP that has faded in color over time.
How do you fix it? You,
You completely replace it.
oh, I got you.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Can it be lower? I mean, if we're redoing it, you guys already hammered that out through DRSC.
We did, but we'll let him speak to that.
So we can't be lower. We're already set back 3 feet from the parapet. And so basically for each foot we need to go a foot higher so that there's not shadowing from the building. Currently, we've already reduced the antennas from 6 feet to 4 feet, and there's no smaller antennas than 4 for a macro site.
Yeah, I would say that we gave this a very thorough review and feedback and iteratively went through this with the applicant, so I think we have a good project here. Are there any, that's just from sitting on DRC, that's my observation. Anyone else?
I'll just supplement that by saying that they did come in with a design that was basically just these boxes.
Yes.
Sitting on the roof,
It was not good.
and we just threw them out of there. We said, Get this thing out of here.
It was a little bit more subtle
But
than
they
that.
came back with a much better design, which is,
I'm
we
gonna,
didn't actually throw you out, did we? We didn't.
No.
and it wasn't him either, it was someone else.
game next time, okay?
All right. I'm going to go ahead and move our staff recommendations to determine that the project is categorically exempt from CEQA, Section 15301, and also to adopt Resolution PC 24009 approving conditional use permit 22355 AT&T wireless telecommunication facility, subject to conditions of approval therein.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Prescott Loeffler. Is there any discussion about the motion? We all comfortable? Okay,
I thought it was a good motion.
thank you. Just trying to move us along. We're running in late here. We've got another item to go. So, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. You have your CUP. Okay. I'm going to take us forward to item 8C. This is a housing element action plan and objective design standards. It's a public hearing for the Planning Commission to provide recommendations to the City Council on zoning amendment ZA 24-193 to adopt objective design standards. Also, selection of sites previously identified in the housing element to be added to the housing overlay, and zoning table amendments to authorize additional residential uses within residential, commercial, and mixed-use zoning districts. That is the item. I'm going to open the public hearing. I will just indicate to my colleagues that it's the staff's desire that we continue this tonight. They would just like to introduce it, get a sense of the commission on what you think, any questions or issues, and then we'll continue it. That's kind of the plan for this. So with that, I would like to just introduce Zach Ream, who is our senior planner, who's been working on this with an outside consultant to provide the overview. It's a lot of information. So Zach, why don't you go ahead and do your report?
Thank you, Chair Cosgrove. Good evening. I will be concise. I think my presentation is 4 to 6 minutes. And as you heard, our staff recommendation is continuance, but with some direction for staff and the consultant for next time. And additionally, you may notice if you paid attention 2 months ago, this is a very similar, more abbreviated version of a presentation you've already seen once. So I'm just going to add a little bit of context and nuance to the presentation you were given in March. As background, the Housing Action Plan is the implementing portion of the city's housing element. And the housing element was adopted by the City Council in 2022 and accepted by the state of California. It has a series of housing programs that the City Council has already committed to, and that basically we have an outline of what we're doing within our zoning and within our housing overlay over the next 8 years. And this Housing Action Plan programs 1 and 2 are what we're talking about today. So action 1 is to create and apply a housing overlay. We have right now an affordable housing overlay. We're slightly adding to the affordable housing overlay, and we're dropping the word affordable and turning it into a housing overlay. I'll cover that in the next 3 or 4 slides. And then action 2 is to develop and codify objective design standards that will apply within the housing overlay, and then potentially anywhere else subject to state law, even if outside the housing overlay, if we're required to review an application pursuant to objective standards. So this slide shows our existing affordable housing overlay. The City Council adopted this in 2006. It's been modified a few times. It hasn't gotten a whole lot of use in terms of projects that have come forward to be implemented and developed as affordable housing or mixed income housing. It requires 51% of any given project to be set aside for affordable units and to be managed by an affordable housing developer. So through the housing overlay, we're modifying the standards within the overlay a bit, and then we're also adding 6 sites to the overlay. This is a slide that's a little tough to see. I think in 30 seconds to a minute, I can show a bit more about the proposed housing overlay. There's a link here, we'll add it to the website also, that shows essentially these 6 orange sites are being added, and then the part also in orange, but kind of hard to see in this slide, that's dark gray, is the existing affordable housing overlay. Jonathan, do you want to click the link, and then I'll just turn on the layers for like 30 seconds. So now the orange turned like alien green. Those 6 green sites are the ones that would be added to what's currently the affordable housing overlay. It will be the housing overlay. And then the rest of the housing overlay is just along El Camino Real in our mixed use and our commercial districts, where you can provide housing as part of a mixed use project or a purely housing project if you meet certain standards that already apply within the mixed use and commercial zones. And then it will now be subject to a more streamlined objective design standards review process. But we're not changing the criteria within the existing affordable housing overlay. We are changing, and we'll get to the slides, the criteria to qualify as a qualifying project is changing as part of the objective design standards commitment. So I think that's enough. We can come back to this later. If anyone wants to see the 6 sites, there were some questions during the last meeting about the 6 sites being added to the overlay. There's also information about that that's been posted on the city's planning website for the last month. Next slide. So again, back to an overlay and how that's different from rezoning. We're not changing the underlying zoning of any parcels. We're just adding an overlay on the top of existing commercial and mixed use parcels that allows housing to be developed, where otherwise right now it would be restricted to commercial or mixed use, which could have some housing. So into the objective design standards. The objective design standards are the second part of the housing action plan we committed to. And objective standards can be applied through a more streamlined review process. They are still meant to ensure a high quality of design in the city. And the next couple slides will show how we did that. But they are verifiable and they're measurable standards as opposed to more subjective standards that you may see in parts of our design guidelines or our general plan policies. So we pulled the objective design standards from the design guidelines and from the general plan and from some specific plans, and then we tried to quantify them and make them more measurable. To get at the objective design standards specifically, there's 4 different architectural styles or zones within the city. These aren't zones for the purpose of land use planning, but zones for the architectural standards that will apply when you review any underlying land use entitlement project. And they're different. The 4 areas that we and the consultant picked out and drew from the city's other design architecture is Spanish colonial revival style, mission style, surf zone, and Los Molinos. You're probably more familiar with the SCR and the mission style. The Los Molinos is the really light blue that would just apply to 2 specific potential development sites, and then the surf zone is the purple on the south side of the city along El Camino Real. So this is what we're hoping to get into tonight, or get feedback from the Planning Commission on before we have another hearing, is the objective design standards themselves. And they're broken into different components that apply to site design and building design. So there's 7 components that are in the attachments that apply to site design: open areas, parking, streetscape, landscape, building equipment, outdoor lighting, and signage. And then for the buildings themselves, there's 4 standards. There's form and mass, entrances to the buildings, building edge, and I guess additional standards. The next 4 slides attempt to show how the ODS could potentially be applied to a real building in the city. This is the Cottons Point Senior Apartments. It's a 76 senior housing project across from the 76 station along El Camino Real. And this was developed through multiple public hearings and discretionary review process, but the city's consultant went through those public hearings as well as about 5 other real-world examples and applied the model standards to those, and essentially concluded that if we had an objective standard process and the standards were specific enough and the staff and the project proponent were able to go back and forth, we would end up with a similar design, ideally to what was developed through the public review process. So this shows the massing articulation, the roof. This is showing balconies, windows, and awnings. Landscaping, greenery, the courtyard, the lighting. These are all elements where we've developed standards that would otherwise be part of more like a design review subcommittee meeting process or multiple planning commission hearings. And then at the last meeting in March, there was questions about the community review process. The consultant started this project about a year and a half ago. There was an initial community scoping session. We got 40 public comments. The consultant reached out to most of those individuals, as well as property owners in the city and architects that had developed, and asked for feedback on the standards. We've had this page posted on our website for the last month, but there's been for the last year or so some information for the public about how to comment on the standards. We had 2 design review subcommittee hearings, and then we had the Planning Commission study session a few months ago. So that's all on the overview. The staff recommendation in the staff report, and definitely for purposes of time tonight, is to continue the hearing. But we are hoping to get some feedback, either verbally now, I'll take notes and we'll go back and watch and respond to the verbal feedback, or failing that, if you want to email staff directly or the consultant directly, the information's on the Planning Commission website. We can also schedule one-on-ones to take feedback on the standards so that we can bring them back at another hearing in a month or 2. If you do want to talk about it tonight, the best way to do that is to go to the 3rd attachment, the actual zoning amendment, which is a 53-page attachment starting on page 19 if you're looking at the full PDF. And then in doing so, you could comment on the specific areas within that attachment that you'd like to see more analysis or different analysis.
Yeah, thank you, Zach. Let me try and organize this a little bit. To summarize, what is before us is a housing action plan that is an output of the housing element that we submitted to the state. And we had an action plan that went with that submission. This was part of it. The staff is returning, and inside of this are a couple of some things that we can, just so that we're all on the same page, right? We have 6 new overlay areas in town that they're proposing as part of the action plan to come up with those. So if you have any questions about those locations, that's an area of discussion. All the overlay does is permit housing, but it does not change the underlying zoning. So if the zoning is, say, commercial, that remains, but the overlay's there in the event that sometime down the road in the future, should that become a consideration, it would be permitted. So that's the overlays, 6 of them. The next area is these objective design standards. This is also part of our action plan. It's also part of state law that cities must have them. And what the staff has done is they've put together 4 architectural styles and of standards for each of them. So the architectural styles were derived out of community surveys and workshops, and also with analysis done by the consultant and our staff to recognize what are the main elements of San Clemente's architecture. So they came up with the 4, right? It's right on the screen in front of you. The Spanish colonial revival, the mission, the streetscape, and then Los Molinos, or you call it streetscape here, but it's kind of was the surf
Yeah, it should be called surf
zone, right? Okay, so maybe for the future you want to update that slide. So then within those standards, within those styles, the staff is put together a draft of, and it's in the exhibit, of objective design standards so that we can be in compliance with state law. Meaning, if an applicant came in and they complied with those standards, it would alleviate the need for administrative review. And that's the importance of these standards. We need to make sure that these standards reflect, what we want to see developed in the city.
Do you mean to say it would allow for administrative review?
Would no.
That it would
Alleviate the need for review.
So alleviate the need for discretionary review, so it would be done ministerially.
Allow for administrative review and eliminate discretionary review. So things like where we have in our zoning, the development must be compatible with surrounding, with the neighborhood. Those kinds of things are removed with specifics like this setback, these building materials, this style, this type of lighting, this type of parking, this type of open space, and it's exact. And that's, I think, what the staff was looking for from us is Exhibit A. It's at kind of at the end of the packet where they introduce these standards. So,
Are we commenting now?
yes, if you have some, yes. And you can see on the slide here, we've got the 7 areas. So they're looking for generally, if you had for example, I have some concerns, and I'll save them, I'll let you go first. On number 6, outdoor lighting, so I'll share those when the time is right at a high level. And that's kind of what I was thinking tonight. We could just, at high level, go through anybody's input. We don't need to go through these, one at a time. We don't need to go page by page. Just, I'm going to turn it over to each and every one of you. If you say, and you can cherry pick the areas that you might have some feedback on. And we'll give it to the staff, and then they will iterate on this and then come back.
I mean, I have a couple, and it's on this slide. Under site design, I think we need to consider site furnishings. I don't know if that's, I don't see any category here that would fall under.
That is in there.
Landscape, maybe?
Maybe it's in landscape, I don't know.
I think it's in streetscape. Is it in streetscape, Zach?
I'm talking about site design.
Yeah, I'm familiar. The term site furnishings comes up in the objective design standards. This slide is meant to sort of guide you back to the standards, which is a longer, more descriptive document, but we'll review what's
You're
in there.
talking
and
like park
we'll review.
benches, things like that?
Yeah, there's all kinds of site furnishings.
Yes.
Especially in open areas, for instance, even streetscape. So as long as it's in there, I just think that's an important enough item that it should be its own category, right up there with signage or lighting. And with building design, I assume materials, exterior finish materials is that in form and mass? I mean, I could probably look, but maybe Zach, you can.
It might be under architectural styles. It's in there.
Well, I have a comment on that too. But there should be finishes in general. And that would be like roof materials, if there's trellis, things that are sort of fall through the gap there.
Yeah, what you're
Yeah, 'cause
talking
Different
about,
architectural styles.
an
It's
example would be like on the mission style, page 21. They have a roof, they have, yeah, if you want to go to page 21, just so we can make this an example. I think it's a good idea. So you can see on item D is roof design, and then if you can see that there's a configuration, materials, elements. Is that what you're,
This is not specific.
okay, what are you
Look
thinking?
on the next page. Look on 23. On the right side, Adobe, smoother pool trowel finish stucco.
Yeah.
This is the feedback they're looking for, Steve, so I think you're on track. So keep
I mean,
going.
we talked at one point about being a little more specific
Mm-hmm,
with, instead of just calling out a clay tile, maybe 2 or 3 examples that have been around a long time. DeLeo or, some
I
similar
like it, yeah.
manufacturer. So, because clay is a pretty open-ended, and you could have somebody in staff say, well, it's clay. I'm
Right.
sure it's fine.
Yeah.
You know.
You want to, you want
So I think
more
we need to
specific
give a sort of a standard or a bar for that.
examples, yeah.
And then on the architectural styles, streetscape is not a style of architecture. I don't know if that's,
That's a
It should
typo.
say surf zone.
that should say surf zone. What about Los Molinos? That's not a style either. That's an area in the city. I think we need to focus more, is it an industrial style?
It is an industrial mixed use.
Eclectic.
That's a good point, that's a good point, yeah. It's a San
Don't
Clemente.
call it architectural styles.
Yeah,
Well, in the Los Molinos zone, there are architectural guidelines for the Los Molinos zone.
Right, I get that.
Yeah, it has to be
But that's not a.
That's not the name of a
specific-
style, you're
yeah,
right.
we're mixing, we're mixing.
Yeah, we shouldn't call it architectural style.
That's true, right.
It
I
should
got you.
be,
That's good
because we
feedback,
do
Zach.
allow a sort of industrial
Yeah,
in the surf zone style, and I know it's in here, but I think that we need to be descriptive in terms of, what that is, because this leads you to believe that it could be a streetscape with any style. I mean, it's not specific to an architectural style. I don't know if you guys agree.
yeah, this
We
does,
need to be more.
I think you're raising a good point, because we're kind of mixing and matching our terminology. It does say here, for background on the Los Molinos district, that it's a special industrial district center for local surfing industry, manufacturing, arts and crafts, and business incubation. Most buildings with this style will be 1 to 2 stories in height, and it continues. But it's not a style, we're kind of defining what it is here, because it is more a location, it's a district.
It'd really be better right here to say architectural zones than styles. He's absolutely right. They're not, Los Molinos isn't a style.
Not style, yeah. It's
Or
one or
if it
the other.
does say style, let's give it a name.
Yeah, let's give it a name, right?
And
Like industrial mixed use, is that a style?
if we say it is,
It is what we say it is.
They could just be areas.
it could be,
Streetscape areas.
but Spanish colonial revival is not an area. So there's a mix.
That's right. That's what I'm,
Right.
yes, we're not
There is an area
consistent.
where it's required, though. Just like there is an area required mission, and there is an area required for streetscape.
I just think we're opening it up to staff getting sort of confused. No,
No,
Overlay zones.
I think, no, Zach, do you see where he's going? With the, don't want to mix and match a zone with a style.
Yeah, we were hesitant to use the word zone because we were getting away from the term rezoning and more of an overlay, and these are all within the overlay.
Yeah, so maybe we just need to come up with a name for the Los Molinos. I don't know what that would be. We could brainstorm that, but
that's kind of input that maybe we could give you on our next
yeah.
public hearing. We can review that and come
Yeah,
up with a name.
eclectic.
And there may be that we
Yeah.
can
We can deal with it.
research it
Yeah.
and find out what the architectural style actually is. I suggest that it's some sort of, modern industrial or something like that,
Okay,
that we could probably come up with a name that's relatively universal. But it should be the name of a style of architecture,
Yeah.
I think.
So modern industrial is one suggestion. Our eclectic industrial could be maybe.
San Clemente industrial. Let's put our stamp on
We
it.
can make our own.
Yes, and,
Overlay areas.
yeah, it will be defined in the document.
And there'll be images and whatnot. We've already reviewed the images we talked about for Los Molinos, and I think we came up with some names at that time.
Yeah.
But, yeah, for me, on this thing, I didn't get enough time after doing the previous project this evening to really review this in the depth it deserves.
Mm-hmm.
So I think I'm going to hold most of my comments to do by email to him so I can really give it the time it deserves.
And we've,
And
yeah.
I'm in concurrence with most of everything he's done.
Yeah, it has been, I think, through design review as well,
Mhm.
where we did make comments there too. But now that it's kind of taken more shape, it's, I think, easier to review it. So, do we want to do that? Do we want to?
Yeah, no, admittedly, I was just, you suggested cherry picking, so that's what I was
No,
doing.
I want to do the cherry picking, and then perhaps if you would take the time to review this offline and send Zach your comments, I think that would be a great result tonight. So let's just finish the cherry picking that people might have off the top of your head, and then we'll continue it.
I have a question. Does this have anything to do with affordable housing? Because you say it used to be called the Affordable Housing Overlay. So are we, like these new added areas on the map, is someone obligated to build some affordable housing if they're bringing a housing project into those areas?
Only if it becomes available.
If they bring a housing project into any of those 6 sites or any of the sites, the existing sites within the affordable housing overlay, if they want to be subject to these objective design standards and get the streamlined review process and potentially get a few other site development bonuses, like density bonus that could be subject to state law, then they have to provide a certain percentage of affordable housing within the development, which the way it's written now is 20%, and the way it was committed to in our housing element is 20% of a site would have to be dedicated as very low income or 40% moderate income. And the rest of the development could be market rate. Alternatively, you could just provide a market rate development in the mixed use zones. You can't in most of the commercial because ground floor has to be commercial. And in that case, you wouldn't get the benefit of the objective design standards or any site concessions or bonuses subject to state law.
Would this increase the height limit?
This specifically wouldn't. There's other state laws that
Oh, the
we
bonus
already have to
density.
comply with,
Yeah,
like
right.
density bonus law, where we have to consider that as a potential concession or incentive with the development if the developer can demonstrate that they wouldn't otherwise be able to provide affordable housing without the height increase.
And also the parking as well, I would
That too.
imagine. It would be no parking, they would not have to provide parking.
But this specifically isn't going to subject us to any more scrutiny under state law than we're already under. What this would do is give us a remedy if a project applicant comes to us and says, I want to apply state law and I want my project approved pursuant to a ministerial administrative process. We would at least have this to make sure they are subject to some standards. If we didn't have this, the state could tell us you have to approve a project with even less review.
Do you think that putting this on any one of those additional 6 sites makes those sites more or less valuable?
Typical developer question.
And what are those addresses?
I think the question doesn't really change it, because they can do a regular project. They just have to go through the process.
Yeah, it doesn't make it less valuable because they can already do what the underlying zoning allows. Like, for instance, 2 of these sites are a Target and a Lowe's, and those are unlikely to change in the very near term unless a developer felt that they could turn the Target and the Lowe's into a more profitable development. Another site is the old City Hall site, where presumably if development took place, it'd be some kind of public-private partnership because the city still owns the land and would have to work with a developer to make it feasible. And then some of these other sites are vacant land where right now they could build commercial or mixed use, but there's some site constraints that might make housing more affordable, more
Okay,
appealing.
so it
also.
just gives them another tool.
Yeah, it
Like,
doesn't make
it
farmland
doesn't
less.
change their existing, but if they want to take advantage of this, if they perceive there is an advantage, they could.
Yeah, and same with a lot of existing property owners along El Camino Real that are currently in the affordable housing overlay. They'll now be in the housing overlay, and they'll have another option for how they may want to redevelop their property in the next decade.
Okay, thank you. Chair, you haven't asked, but I, for one, I have a lot of comments and thoughts and questions, lots of questions. So I'll be reaching out to staff and just wanted to have a meeting and go through it, offline.
Zach, are you open to that? Meeting with any commissioner that wants to just do a walkthrough of this?
Yeah.
I think that's actually your preference, is it not?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I'd like to maybe coordinate that 2x2 if other people are interested, maybe.
Who would be interested in having Zach follow up and schedule a time to go through this? Who's interested?
Yeah, I'll go with Bart.
Gary, you too? Is everybody interested then? Okay. So you want to just make that the action item that you would schedule? And you could do us in pairs?
Yeah, just for anyone watching at home, for public transparency, we'll do that 2x2, and Jonathan and I will participate, and we'll provide notes, and there'll be another follow-up public draft of any changes that are made following this draft before the next hearing. And we'll post on the website any update to the standards that comes.
Yeah, whatever input you collect will be reflected in the next report and in the next public hearing.
Sure. And we'll reach out individually to see how you want to schedule. We'll just schedule a maximum of 2 commissioners at a time.
Okay.
Let's shoot for 3, just being respectful of staff's time. If we could do 3 and 3 or something,
No, you couldn't, I don't believe.
What's,
Yeah, 3 is still possible, so as long as there's not a quorum of the commissioners. But I'll just reiterate and Jenna can add on to this, obviously, for Brown Act considerations, if you do meet as a group of 2 or 3, doesn't really matter, please do not discuss your feedback that was given in that session, review with staff with anyone that was not a part of your pod. And as Zach mentioned, that will be filtered into a new draft that will be available for public consumption ahead of the next public hearing, which we'll renotice. We're not going to assign a date to that today, so we'll republish and renotice the subsequent public hearing on this item.
okay.
I do have one comment that's important to me. Now, Zach, on one of your slides, can you kick back 1 or 2 slides where you said the must and the shall and all that stuff?
Yeah.
So it's hard, at the very bottom on both these things. Should or may, you're talking about converting to shall, must, or is required to. So if it's hard to pull all of those out as we're going through it, just really scanning. If you could highlight where you're doing those changes, it'd make it easier for us to see where you're changing the may to shall. You're changing them, so you know where they are.
You mean a red line?
Well,
Red line, whatever.
So it's not a change. So these are guidelines that were used to develop. So this is a brand new section of code. So everything in this section that we're looking at is will be brand new to our zoning code. And instead of using terms like should, everything that we've used should be shall. As an example, comparative to the project we looked at tonight, where we had a consideration of what is compatible. Is that a 20-foot setback? Is it a 45-foot setback? Is it an 82-foot setback? Now, under this, it's going to be, you must have X setback. There's not going to be a question.
Yes, okay, I get that.
For illustrative purposes, though, we can provide a few examples of where a specific standard came from, like in our design guidelines, the Henry Lane Design Guidelines or the general plan, and show how that got turned into a more objective standard.
I don't want it conflicting with something that's existing that we're, in Las Molinas. So I know there's some shoulds in there.
Yeah, we also don't have to have a standard for every single design guideline on the books now. I mean, that's kind of what the state wants, is that if we have 1,000 guidelines, we can trim it down to 100 standards. So standards now that are a little bit vague, some of them just weren't included. We included the ones that we feel are essential to good design.
Commissioner Davis, didn't you want to add something about the sidewalks?
We'll get to that on the 3 pods.
I do have a question, Zach. In the packet, the back packet was a red line version.
Yeah.
What was that compared to? Just a prior iteration prior to DRC, or?
Yeah, I acknowledge the confusion. The first 33 pages or so of that red line packet are identical in the two versions because, as Jonathan said, the objective design standards would be brand new to the code. They would be a new code chapter, 17.26. So nothing changed there, and you won't see any red lines in the first 30 or so pages. Where there's a lot of red lines are on like pages 34 through 37, I think. I'm guessing that may be slightly off. But where you first start seeing a bunch of red lines, that's in what's the existing code now, the affordable housing overlay that we were talking about, that's going to turn into the housing overlay. And we are changing the applicability sections of what's now the affordable housing to make it the housing overlay, to make it slightly more broad in terms of adding those 6 sites, and then what would be a qualifying affordable housing development that would entitle a property owner to use the objective design standards and to qualify for a project in the new housing overlay. So there's a lot of red lines there, and then there's about 20 pages of zoning tables, and there's some strike through and underline and red line in the zoning tables that essentially just show that affordable housing and also senior housing projects we're incentivizing more here, that those are a permitted use in a lot more zones where now they're conditional use, or even in some cases senior housing wasn't allowed. And so that just clarifies that affordable housing and senior housing is permitted, which means it would be subject to the objective design standards rather than subject to a conditional use permit or a discretionary review. It doesn't change generally what you're allowed to do in a project in those areas. It just changes the review process.
Thank you.
Does anybody have any other things they want to say on this? Shall we just move to continue this?
Move to continue.
Okay, that's been moved by Chair Pro Tem McCacken, second by Commissioner McCann. All those in favor of the motion to continue?
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous. Thank you. All right, is there any new business? I don't think so, right, Jonathan? No new business?
Correct.
No old business. Do we have commissioner reports? Does any commissioner want to make a report? Okay, Jonathan, do you have anything you want to share?
I would just note, or like to inform the commission, we had a new staff member start, so you might see her around the office or at the planning counter, Jessica Gatney. So we're excited to have her on the team. And then she is going to be joining Zach at the Historic Preservation Conference at the end of the month. So if anyone of you would like to join, please let Meredith know. And that's all that I have to update the commission on tonight. Thank you.
Okay. Did you want to review the future agenda, or are we okay?
Just a quick preview of what's ahead. So at the 522 agenda, we had already continued the Seacliff project to that date, and per that continuance, there will still likely be a placeholder on the agenda, but the property owner won't be present. So there's an intent for that to be actually heard at the beginning of June. So there'll be a continuance of that item. Since that larger item was moved, we intend to bring a study session regarding the sidewalk considerations that were raised at the last meeting on the 522 meeting. So you'll see that at the 5 to 6 time frame, and a couple shorter items during the regular agenda on 522.
Okay. Anybody have anything before we?
I'll be out of town on June and miss the June 19th study session and planning commission meeting.
I will as well, but I don't think we're going to the same place. At least I assume we're not.
I'm a possibility of being out of town. Possibility.
Yes.
6/19.
6/19.
June 19.
522 is the next meeting.
Correct.
I'm not going to be here for that.
For that one.
Okay. Does anyone else have any other absences they want to share? Okay. Can I get a motion to adjourn? I'll go.
I move to adjourn to May the 22nd, 6 PM here at City Hall.
Okay, motion by Chair Pro Tem McCacken, seconded by me. I'll second that.
Chairman, can I make a competing motion?
Okay.
I move that we extend this meeting and keep talking about stuff. Any seconds?
I think it dies for lack of a second. And all those in favor of the original motion? Aye. Opposed? Unanimous, we are adjourned. Thank you, everybody, for